And there's no run, mainly because Derbyshire are 94 for 1 in their first innings, having bowled Sussex out for 100, so therefore lead by 6, but with only 96 overs in the day. Where is this game going, Ed?
Well, I reckon Sussex are going to be under pressure for a couple of sessions, maybe, or at least a session and a half. Derbyshire, for me, have got a shot to nothing here to try and add some fairly quick runs. They've got no danger of losing the game.
Well, you'd say that, wouldn't you? Oh, well, there's a show of intent from Lewis Rees, who's missed the ball. He tried to cut it from this second delivery of the day from an ADCAT. Rees threw everything at that, absolutely everything. He didn't make any connection.
And Sussex are under pressure because, to quote Paul Farbrace, yesterday there was one word for it: appalling, is what Paul Farbrace said. And when you've got a side 94 for 1 after having been bowled out for 100, and to be honest, the scorecard almost didn't tell the full story.
Rees is struck on the pad by an ADCAT. Big appeal for leg before wicket. He's going to get a leg by for it. Instead, Paul Baldwin entirely unimpressed.
As was Paul Farbrace.
Yeah, indeed, absolutely.
And
didn't hold back.
No, he didn't. And I think, as much as whatever you want to say beyond that, I think anybody who watched or would have listened to yesterday's play, I don't think would have said any different. And yes, there are circumstances which have conspired together a little bit, but most of them are Sussex's own doing.
First delivery to Brooke Guest just tucks him up a little bit. It's a midriff and the ball dribbles out into the offside.
And at the end of the day, they were professional cricketers, and so they've got to deal with that sort of thing.
Have a half past
I do, and I'm just about to leave, having delivered my first sermon of the day.
Yeah, no, it was very impressive. I'm so disorganised, unorganised, both. I'm afraid. Tried to have an ADCAT then. Fifth ball of his first over, the first over of the day, and it's driven very pleasantly by Brooke Guest out towards the extra cover boundary. There's a bit of a slip there. They're only going to get 2, but there's an unpleasant slip for a moment there from Dan Ibrahim. So it's 97 for 1. Guest onto 14. Rees remains on his overnight 50. And an ADCAT to finish the first over of the day. The ball left alone outside the off stump by Brooke Guest. And the first of the 96 overs has come and gone, and Derbyshire have added 3 runs to their overnight score, and they are now 97 for 1, which means they trail by just 3 runs. Interestingly, last night when we spoke to Zach Chappell, he was saying that, well, they bowled out Sussex in 30-odd overs, which indeed they did. I'll just give you the exact number of overs. It was 36 overs and 2 balls. You can't imagine that they'll be allowed to do it for a second time. However, if they get 40 overs at Sussex later on today, you never know. Henry Crocombe around the wicket to Lewis Rees, full-length delivery, clipped out into the leg side. And Lewis Rees is up and running today as well. He moves on to 51 and Derbyshire to 98 for 1. Sun shining. Not as much blue sky as there was a little bit earlier, and there are 1 or 2 showers in the forecast. Of course, I don't think they know where they're going to hit. We've got no idea either. We had a particularly heavy one yesterday, which, if it's repeated today, would not be good for the game. I fancy we had about 2 3/4 hours off the field. As Crocombe over the wicket to Brooke Guest, ball slightly short of a length and gets good bounce. And Guest pushes it to Dan Ibrahim in the offside. Last night, Sussex used 5 bowlers, an Adcat and Crocombe, who have opened the bowling here. Hudson Prentice, Hunt, and Ibrahim, who had just a couple of overs. I mean, nobody had many. There were 23 overs last night. As Crocombe is in, and that's driven by Brooke Guest nicely. Again out towards the extra cover boundary, and Adcat is chasing after it. They've got 2, they'll come back for a 3rd. The ball stops about 10, 12 yards inside the boundary. The outfield remains damp. And 3 more, and Derbyshire are now in front. 101 for 1. They lead by 1. How big a lead will they want? Currently, as Rees defends this next ball from Crocombe into the onside. The current run rate is a touch over 4. I say that because if they bat for another 40 overs, which would leave them 54 in the day, they would have a lead clearly in excess of 160. So there is that possibility of a match, and they'd have the insurance of a second innings as Rees whips this into the leg side for 4 runs. Out towards the backward square leg boundary. Sean Hunt can't get round. First boundary of the day, just straight onto leg stump there, did Henry Crocombe. Rees moves on to 55 and Derbyshire 105 for 1, and they have started with some intent this morning. In the last 5 overs, including the over and 5 balls that we've had this morning, Derbyshire have scored 30 runs. So they're actually going along at 6s at the moment, which is a very healthy run rate, of course. There's no Wayne Madsen. We're fairly certain. I had an official bulletin from the medical staff, but we did speak to Zach Chappell last night, and his impression was that Wayne Madsen almost certainly wouldn't play again this season as the ball is dabbed into the offside by Lewis Rees, and they scamper through for another single, and Rees moves to 56 and pinches the strike. And Derbyshire at the end of 2 overs today have a lead of 6. They're 106 for 1. Crocombe 5 overs for 22, and Adcat 8 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 23. Sean Hunt picked up the only wicket to fall in the Derbyshire innings so far, that of Harry Kane yesterday, who was caught by Ali Orr for 26. And a solid, it's a better than solid start to the day's proceedings from a Derbyshire perspective. You and me both, Reenan, as an Adcat comes in and bowls. It's tapped out into the offside by Lewis Rees. Again, intent shown there as the ball is picked up by Hudson Prentice, and they scamper through for another single, 107 for 1. Reenan says he's going to miss watching Derbyshire for the next 6 months. Always next week, Derbyshire go to Glamorgan for their final match of the season. And we will, of course, be with them on the BBC. In comes an Adcat again and bowls, this time to Brooke Guest. You could hear him shout, no, no, no. There probably was a run there, but he didn't know that the fielder was going to fumble it a touch. So erred on the side of caution, which is probably the right thing to do. And as a result, an Adcat picks up another dot ball. 3 slips still for Sussex. Man down at long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover and point. Vajadev and Adcat, oh, that one's gone past the edge. Good delivery from an Adcat. Past the edge of Brooke Guest's bat. Just moving away from him a touch off this surface, which looks more like a cricket pitch today than it did at the start of play yesterday. They haven't played particularly green over the course of the season. It was there was some grass on it, and Zach Chappell was grateful for the grass that was on it. picked up 4 wickets along with Sam Connors yesterday as an Adcat is in and bowls slightly short of a length, which forces Guest onto the back foot, pushes it back towards the bowler. And there is no run once again. Decent crowd for the last day of the match, when you take everything into consideration. Fair few in the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground. There will be spectators out of our sight as well, I would imagine, as an Adcat bowls to Guest, who pushes it up towards mid-on, where Sean Hunt is waiting for it. And there's no run. Derbyshire's lead 7. It'll mount really quickly. It always takes a long time to wipe out deficits, and it seems to take half the time to put leads on. I have no idea what that should be a scientific explanation for it, I'm sure. I don't know what it is. I don't do science. Final ball of an Adcat's over then. He's conceded just the single so far. Rees on 57 at the non-strikers end. Guest on 17, and this delivery is driven pleasantly but nicely stopped by Dan Ibrahim at mid-off, and it's the end of the over. 107 for 1, Derbyshire leading by 7.
Yes, well, I've just said that today could be the day that Surrey win their 22nd county championship title.
Excellent. Would you be
big news?
Would you be racing down there to try to cover that instead?
Well, you
probably should.
Yes, exactly. Part of if this ends early, I think it's sort of within the get down there and get doing the updates from the Oval. I'm sure they'd be delighted to see me. Anyway, back to Sussex. Here comes Henry Crocombe to start a new over to Lewis Rees, who tries to dab the ball away for runs into the offside, but finds backward point. I mean, it's still important, of course, that Sussex take wickets here, because if they take wickets, they should be able to slow Derbyshire's run rate, and if they slow the run rate, then they'll save themselves a few overs that they'll have to bat later on. So, apart from just the pure fact of trying to put in a better performance than they did yesterday, which ought to be motivation enough, as Crocombe is in over the wicket, bowling short. It's top edged in the... No, it's not come off the top edge. I think it must have come off his body.
Helmet, I think.
Or helmet even, yeah. It's a concussion check. I thought it was just a... completely did me, that angle. I thought he top-edged it over the keeper to start, but then it was looping out towards backward point. He dropped the catch, Hudson Prentice. Not that it mattered, because it was off the helmet.
At no particular pace either, was it? So, the umpires are getting together for some reason. Do they normally get together when there's a concussion check? Where's the physio?
Yeah,
Here he comes.
Got to demand the ball. There we go. Give me the ball.
It gives me a chance to promote the annual Pick Your Championship Team of the Year on the BBC Sport website, on the cricket pages there. So get yourself onto the BBC Sport website, go to cricket, it's on there.
I'd have to do mine on air later.
Yes, I think you could. Well, I won't, because I've got absolutely no idea what's happening in the First Division, and I imagine most of the players will come from the First Division. But voting remains open until midday next Wednesday, and hopefully we will see the final 11 published on Friday before the final day of the season gets underway. And that's, of course, assuming that all the games go to the final day, but that will be the hope. Interestingly, they appear to be... Oh, it was Lewis Rees. I was going to say they appear to be looking at Lewis Rees's helmet, but it was him who... I thought it was Brooke Guest, but it was Lewis Rees. So, silly me. One's right-handed, one's left-handed, and the ball went to backward point, and if backward point's there, he's left-handed. So, apologies. I just thought, why are they checking Lewis Rees out? He's all right. He's going to be all right.
Yeah, I mean, the helmets really do tend to do their job these days. He's bowled a couple of sharp bounces, though, as Crocombe. He bowled one yesterday, which...
He needs a new helmet,
it was Rees who miscued the pull shot. I think it was Rees from memory. He did crack one away to the boundary, but he had two of them which it looked as if he'd rushed Rees with. And he's got a slightly awkward action to pick the bouncer up from, potentially, Crocombe. And so, yeah, we're going to... I think that's one thing which I thought they had nowadays to replace the helmet each time, but that can't be the case because they don't do it every time. There seems to be some situation where they have to replace the helmets in, but anyway.
No, they do with motorbike helmets.
Oh, right.
If you have a crash and you actually land.
Well, I can't be getting confused with that because I don't watch it, but.
No, I mean in everyday life, every time you have a crash, like you have them every week if you ride a motorbike. I've never ridden one. If you have a crash on a motorbike and your helmet hits the floor or hits anything hard, you have to replace it. They say because it's something to do with it affects the way that the molecular structure. More science, everybody. The molecular structure. I can't even say it now. The molecular structure of the material that it's made of. So he's got a new helmet now, and then of course they have to adjust it to fit his head. I'm not making any comment on Lewis Reese's head. It looks very sinister. If you just watched NV play for the scores and then you saw Sussex versus Derbyshire, it just says injury, which is a little bit excessive, I think.
Well, one of my favourites on there is the just ground delay.
Yeah, it's a ground delay.
So I don't know, you sort of get the impression like, or it's like a sinkhole or, I don't know, sort of giant mole has just come up in the middle of the pitch and just like a massive molehill now in the centre of the pitch. I can't possibly play here now. Right, we're ready to get back underway.
Excellent.
With Crocombe.
Stop talking nonsense.
Coming in over the wicket to Rees. It's short, wide cut, not that far away from Hudson Prentice, but it flashes past him and it goes for 4. Well, it's a delivery which we saw far too much of from Sussex's bowlers yesterday evening. It wasn't just the poor shots that were played with the bat. It was too many loose, short, wide balls from Sussex's bowlers yesterday evening. Although, it has to be said, I thought that was in the air and not that far away from Hudson Prentice, but
it was moving though, wasn't
exactly. If you bowl short and wide, you're most likely to get hit for 4.
It's a good helmet. Yeah.
Oh.
He's got a strike rate of 400 with this helmet.
And it's also 1-1-1 for 1.
Oh, it is.
How exciting. 2 fielders deep behind square on the leg side, so Crocombe's got licence to bang another one in short.
The over 8's -1.
Well, I say he's got licence to bang in another one in short. He'll want it better directed than that last one, but I think anyone's... Unless you're bowling in T20 cricket nowadays, where all the usual rules are thrown out the window, where sometimes you genuinely do look to bowl short and wide.
Yeah.
It doesn't tend to work so well in the Championship. So, 2 slips for Crocombe. Backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And those 2 fielders backward a square on the leg side. As Crocombe runs into Rees. Oh, he gets a little bit turned round there as the ball squirts out towards point. Mostly pad, I think. A bit of inside edge may be involved. So Anadkat was, apart from I think 1 over that he bowled, Anadkat was the pick of Sussex's bowlers yesterday evening, as you'd hope really from your overseas, but really other than that there wasn't a great deal of consistency. Crocombe bowls, this is a little over pitched and Rees tries to lay into a drive but doesn't get a huge amount of bat on that and it goes to Orr, who fields it at mid-off.
Mickey Arthur's been busy.
Oh, has he?
Pakistan's Nazim Shah is going to be ruled out of the World Cup because of injuries. They've named their squad today. Mickey Arthur will be with Pakistan in India for the World Cup and then with them in Australia for their series against Australia. And Zaman Khan is a travelling reserve. His star definitely on the rise.
Final ball of this Crocombe over. He sends it down and it's helped around the corner by Rees and eventually Sean Hunt will bring the ball under control, and that is a single that takes Derbyshire off Nelson. 112 for 1. Rees has 62. Did I see that it was a shoulder injury?
Did it in the Asia Cup.
Well, so in my other life covering Gloucestershire, Naseem Shah was Gloucestershire's overseas player for the first part of last season. He sent down, it was something like 14 overs in the first innings of the season against Northamptonshire. And those were the only overs that he bowled in the county championship, having thrown a ball in from the boundary and injured his shoulder. So that's a little bit of a concern.
An Adcat begins a new over, and it's been flayed out towards third man. I don't think he was aiming to get it there. He's got 4 runs for it, though, Lewis Rees. That shot doesn't appear anywhere in any in coaching manuals. It was basically like a windmill shot almost, wasn't it, where he just threw the bat in the general direction of the ball in the hope that it wouldn't go to hand, and it didn't. 116 for 1. Wow.
And Adcat said they don't play that shot in the IPL.
No, indeed. Well, Harris Rouse going is also included. And Hassan Ali will replace Naseem Shah. I'm looking forward to the World Cup, actually.
Me too.
It'll be something to watch in the horrible winter months.
Also, as much as I hate the fact that it's a 10-team World Cup, and
Yes.
I don't like the fact that I'm going to say this.
Good. As he's down the track, and it's come off the edge again, down to third man once more for 4. So Lewis Rees has decided it's time to get on with it here.
Well, I like this.
I don't mind it at all. Derbyshire lead by 16 now, 20 rather. Lewis Rees moves on to 70.
It's pretty ugly execution, but at the same time, it's just what it says, that actually Derbyshire do want to pile on quick runs. They are seeing the opportunity, maybe even to get Sussex in before lunch, never mind after lunch.
I think declaring at lunch would be ideal, because you wouldn't lose any overs either, would you? That's the thing. You want to try not to lose overs, because there are precious few on the final day. I say precious few.
But if you were to get to a point where you could give Sussex a few overs before lunch, I don't know. Would you take the gamble? You might.
They've got a third man now, so one of the slips is gone. We're down to 2 slips. There's a man out on the mid-wicket boundary. They're starting to scatter here. Sussex 4-4 off the first 2 deliveries, and then I thought they were going to go for a single. That would have been foolish. There was a shout of no as he just pushes an Adcat delivery into the leg side. I want to hear what you're going to regret saying.
Well,
more than anything, I want to hear that.
I do kind of like the satisfaction of knowing that there is a game of cricket, one game to watch per day.
No, I don't like
that.
But you should be ashamed of yourself.
I know, and I don't, because I know the alternative is fewer teams at a World Cup, which shouldn't be the case.
Rees advances towards an Adcat, clips it down towards deep backward square leg, and picks up another single to move to 71, 121 for 1.
So yeah, I don't like saying
it's tougher in the 50-over World Cup than it is in the T20 World Cup to have 2 games a day, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's nice to be able to concentrate on just the one game. But there we go. What's the alternative? Have a 2-month-long World Cup, 3-month-long World Cup.
It's already 2 months, I think, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah,
Finals deep into November.
It would go into next season if there were 24 teams in it. And Adcat bowls and mishits that completely. Brooke Guest quite high up on the blade as he tried to force it out into the offside, and it's a dot ball. The lead is very simple. Sussex made 100. So we can always work out, it's on the screen as well, of course, but we can always work out the lead, and you at home can always work out the lead too. I've got my first message of the day for no apparent reason. Morning, Alicia. I'll try and find out what she wants. In comes an Adcat. An Adcat again. Oh, and he's lost his bat this time. Just flown into the air as he pushed it up to mid-on. Not a very soft hands. Didn't have a very tight grip on his bat there, Brooke Guest, and his bat just lifted into the air into the leg side. No damage done. And it's the end of the over. 121 for 1.
Extraordinary. You're seeing that more and more now, I think. Do you remember earlier this season, Marchand de Lange here?
Yes.
It was like a massive shard of his bat came off and went flying off towards square leg.
It did, didn't it?
That was, I've never seen, I think it travelled almost beyond the square leg ump. I've never seen a shard of a bat fly that far before. I've seen broken bats, but that was extraordinary. Here's Crocombe bowling and Rees on the cut shot into the ground. And Hudson Prentice scuttles across to his left from backward point and cuts it off, so there's no run. I should, because I think it's one of the things that we're particularly supposed to do, bring people up to date, because there have been some happenings in the First Division
Oh, have
title
they?
race.
Okay, yeah,
Where
well, by all
Essex
means.
have managed to bowl Hampshire out. They've taken the final 2 Hampshire wickets now. Crocombe bowls, that's a very short ball. Rees tries to uppercut it and misses it. And to be honest, he was playing the shot over his head, and it's been signalled 1 for the over, so I think Crocombe's got away with that to a certain extent. It was another sharp ball, though. So Hampshire all out for 334. Essex lead by 113. So they've then got a not too dissimilar thing to Derbyshire in terms of how quickly do we bat, when do we pull the trigger. But the difference with Essex is
They've already batted once.
Crocombe is in, it's slammed up to, well, it's
Have
tempted
they?
to be slammed up to mid-off, but it will find the hands at mid-off. Well, yes.
Yes, they batted first, didn't they?
They also know that they have probably to win. At least, well, do you leave it to hope that Surrey lose the final game against, I can't remember who they're playing
Well,
now.
you should know this because they're one of your teams.
Yeah, well, it's escaped me now. I thought I knew who they were playing, but
Schoolboy
I've
stuff,
forgotten.
absolute schoolboy
Hampshire.
stuff, is it?
Oh, good grief. How has he managed that? Rees has tried to flick the ball away, and then it's somehow managed to balloon towards the keeper.
I wasn't watching, so it'd be wrong for me to comment.
Yes. I'm
Probably
I'm
have to
gonna
start watching again
seek
now.
out a replay to work out exactly how he's managed that. Crocombe in over the wicket, bowling very wide, and Rees has tried to chase after it with a forcing shot into the offside, and he's missed it.
He hasn't played many defensive shots this morning,
No.
which is good, Lewis Rees. No Wayne Madsen, though, remember. Yeah, his finger injury, unspecified, but it didn't sound good.
He's just having a look at the previous ball again. I mean, he's tried to pull, he's half pulled out of the pull, and he's
Still
just got
touched it.
hit. Crocombe is in, short pull by Rees out to deep backward square for 1, and that completes the over. 122 for 1. Rees keeps the strike on 72. Yeah, and another sharp delivery from Crocombe. So he's tried to flick it. He tried to flick it round the corner, but he basically just, the ball got big on him and he wore it. So he's causing a few problems with that bumper. It's Crocombe 7 overs to 28. Derbyshire have a 22-run lead. So yeah, Surrey do visit Hampshire, which could be a tricky game for them, and Essex face Northamptonshire at Northampton, which on the face of it might not be tricky, but then Northamptonshire have taken 2 Surrey wickets this morning. Surrey are still short of the follow-on target. They trail by
Funny if they were asked to follow
187.
on,
Well,
that
they're
would be
going to have to enforce it, Northamptonshire.
Yeah. And Adcat begins a new over. Just catches Rees slightly unawares there with a foolish delivery that it gets the inside half of the bat on. Goes out into the offside.
But they've lost Overton for 51, and they've sent Dan Worrell in ahead of Tom Laws. I can only assume they sent Worrell in for a bit of crash bang wallop, and he was out without scoring. So 170 for 8 now, and still needing 38 more runs to avoid the follow-on. I don't know. Do you take the gamble, Essex, or do you really go hard for the win today and risk losing and giving Surrey the title?
That one's whipped into the leg side by Lewis Rees. He'll pick up a single. Derbyshire will move to 123 for 1. Or for Mark Crossland, who's just sent me a message. He's sitting in the ground listening to the commentary. He says it's 2 balls behind. So you'll get that commentary in a few moments, Mark. Some of my best work there.
Or you could just start commentating on the ball as though it were what were happening 2 balls ago.
But then he'd be 4 balls behind, wouldn't he? I don't know. I don't know how that works. And thank you for your very kind comments. And Adcat bowls, and it's pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest. I'm too modest to read them out, but I will cherish them. There have been 1 or 2 high spots, haven't there? Not many, I grant you, but there have been 1 or 2 high spots. That 300-plus first wicket stand against Glamorgan, although I think when you're scoring that many runs and no wickets are falling, it can be a little dull, but it was necessary. And
it's worth it for the end product sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah. It's
breaking records that have stood for the entire history of first-class cricket.
Nadcat bowls to Guest, who pushes it out once again into the offside, and there's no run. It's like that 3 double centuries in one game that's only happened something like 7 times in the history of first-class cricket. It was good to witness it. I wouldn't want to witness it again, though, if I'm honest. Just watching batsmen stroke the ball to all parts, and it's no time to be a bowler, clearly. But the game against Sussex last season. But good for the historical value, you're right. You're right.
I was there.
Yes. Yeah. Trouble is, I can barely remember things now, so I'm sure it was very good. As he's hit this up to mid-off, a straight mid-off as Brooke Guest, and he's almost put Lewis Rees in jeopardy there. There was a shy at the stumps from Ibrahim. Rees was the man in danger. He was called through for the run by Brooke Guest. He wouldn't have thanked him for that, I don't think. He's used to batting with a slightly quirky runner over his time here at Derbyshire. Lewis Rees, having opened the batting with Billy Godleman for so long. I don't think he was expecting Brooke Guest necessarily to call him through for that single, though, but Guest moves on to 18, 124 for 1. Keep looking at the overs remaining. It's a lot, 89, but it's not an awful lot, as this one is pulled around the corner nicely by Brooke Guest, by Lewis Rees, rather, for 4 runs. That's a nice shot. Banged in short by a Nadcat. Didn't really have an awful lot of pace about it. Was just helped on its way to the backward square leg boundary. Rees moves to 77. Final ball of the over as well. 128 for 1. Guest has 18. That wasn't a Nadcat's finest moment of the match. And he's bowled pretty well. He has bowled pretty well.
No, he's been unfortunate for the most part this morning. We're 11 overs for 39. You'd kind of think, well, there must have been some bad balls in there, but actually 8 of those runs, which in 11 overs, 8 runs can make a huge difference to how your figures look. Absolutely. 8 runs were massive hoys attempted into the leg side, which was skewed down towards third man for boundaries, so figures would look different. But however, as you say, that was not a good bouncer. It was harmless, and for the hitting this is hit in the air and dropped at mid-on. And that was a really simple catch for Orr. It was, to be honest, not particularly great cricket all round. It wasn't anything amazingly special in terms of the delivery from Crocombe. It was there to be clipped into the leg side, which is what Guest tried to do, but somehow he's managed to play it right in the air. It looped towards Orr. I can use that word because it wasn't hit particularly firmly. It was at a decent height, and Orr has shelled it. In over the wicket comes Crocombe to the left-handed Rees, who tucks the ball away off his hip out towards square leg and picks up another single. Derbyshire 130 for 1. It's been Murphy's Law, I think it is, isn't it? Rather than the other one. Murphy's Law, if it can go wrong, it will. For Sussex here. And unfortunately, so far today, there hasn't been a huge amount that has been massively different from yesterday for Sussex. This is a short ball. It's crunched away by Guest out to deep square, who manages to wear the ball and keep it in front. That was a good old-fashioned long barrier there from Coles out at deep square leg. 131 for 1. So a dropped catch, and actually having bashed Sussex's bowling so far, Crocombe has caused issues, particularly with that short ball, and you wouldn't have deserved the breakthrough, albeit perhaps not in that fashion. As forward comes Rees, defends away out into the covers where Coles fields, having come up from the boundary. It would have been worth that wicket, Crocombe, but another catch goes down. Dropped 2 already, and Paul Farbrace mentioned a third that he felt that somebody should have got much closer to yesterday evening as well. Crocombe in bowls, tapped into the offside and played softly enough that with Nadcat fielding at backward point, they can get a pretty comfortable single. 132 for 1.
You'd think Ali Orr would he'd probably take those in his sleep, wouldn't he, normally?
Well, perhaps, yeah.
Mind on other things. Perhaps he was asleep. No, it was just a straight in and out.
It's just surprising to see a catch like that dropped at this level. You just don't really see it. In comes Crocombe and bowls, and Guest has tried to flog the ball into the offside and has miscued it up towards Orr, who fields, and that is the end of an over which should have contained Sussex's first wicket of the morning. Derbyshire won 32 for 1, building this lead up at some pace.
Well done, Reedon. Yeah, when I said, Reedon sent me a message from South Africa saying, I'm going to miss watching Derbyshire for the next 6 months. I said, well, we're at Cardiff next week. He'd missed that one. So
Right.
Don't forget to tune in. Always good listening to Edward Bevan and Nick Webb. Enjoy going to Cardiff. So we'll have you next week as well, Reedon, or you'll have us next week should you want us, essentially. Change of bowling. Sean Hunt replacing an ad-cap from the racecourse end. He's going to be bowling initially to Lewis Rees, who's on 79 from just 96 deliveries. So he's been rattling along today as well. 29 runs added. There's an appeal for something there. It hit the bat, clearly. Dribbled out into the leg side. It didn't hit the
Thigh
bat.
pad.
It sounded like bat to me. Gets a leg by.
Whatever it
133
hit, it was not a good shout for leg before wicket.
No. I thought,
High and leg side.
I thought it hit his bat handle, I must admit. But there we go. Well done to Mr. Baldwin. Our umpire, Paul Baldwin, at the racecourse end, and Neil Mallender in a familiar pose.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
That, you'd know, if you just shown a silhouette of Neil Mallender, you would know it was him straight away.
And then he just sort of just swings those arms a bit after doing it.
Does a lot of things all the time as a Guest.
Ooh.
Defends this one. I think he might have hit it twice.
Hit twice, yes.
But not in a way to gain any kind of advantage, because the ball had gone straight into the ground, then bounced up and hit his bat again and dribbled out into the offside. And there's no run. In fact, both of these umpires are fairly recognisable figures.
Which is handy.
Absolutely.
It is not always the case
No,
now.
it isn't. No, they wear they all dress the same, don't they? I mean, obviously the Sussex. Clearly they dress the same, but you know, all wear those big, they all wear the big hats, which makes it tricky. They look like Michael Benteen's potty men. That one's been edged along the ground and nicely stopped, in actual fact, by Tom Alsop diving away to his right-hand side at first slip. That one might have raced away for a couple of runs. I don't think it would have had the legs to get to the boundary. Does anybody remember? You won't remember Michael Benteen's potty time, but it was great. It's what was classed as entertainment back in the day for children on children's television.
Right.
One of the great comedic figures of the 20th century, Michael Benteen. I remember the Goons, of course.
Ah, yes.
Sean Hunt bowls Brooke Guest, stump out of the ground. It was a horrible looking shot, but it was a shot out of necessity in the position that Derbyshire are in, because they want to get on with it. But Brooke Guest took 2 steps towards the bowler, possibly closed his eyes and swung his bat in the general direction of the ball, and unfortunately the ball was in a different place and it's gone through him, bowled him. He's been dismissed for 20, and Derbyshire are 133 for 2, leading by 33.
Yes, a shot. You'd probably say playing for the team rather than for the average.
Yes.
Although I'm sure that Guest will be thinking, wish I'd just sort of stayed a bit more still and just tried to hit the ball strongly through the offside, maybe, rather than trying to swing to leg. But there we go. These things happen in these sorts of situations, and it shows what Derbyshire are trying to do. And Sean Hunt will take it, that's for sure, because when you're playing your first game since May in the county championship and you've got an opportunity created by an absentee, then you've got to take it, and wickets are wickets, etc. So he's got both the Sussex wickets now, 2 for 27, and actually, it has to be said, after a very tricky start, he bowled an over which he overstepped twice in and was crashed to the boundary at least twice. I think it was about his second or third over last night. But he did bowl slightly better in his final 3 overs.
Yeah.
And so far, he's managed to. Well, I mean, yeah, in this sort of situation, you just want to be targeting the stumps, and that's what he did.
Guest has been replaced by a man with 1,160 championship runs, Leas Deploy, and he's off the mark. Is he? No, he's not. He tried to turn that one into the leg side, but Paul Baldwin is going to say leg by. There he goes. So a single to the Derbyshire total. Oh, they preempted it next door. They've given him the run already. 134 for 2. They made the error that I made earlier.
Tipex being reached for,
oh,
is
it's gone again now. It's gone again now. 134 for 2 is the correct score. Leas Deploy is yet to get off the mark. Jane making sure she's not on camera as she makes a gesture. Zant is in and bowls to Rees, who plays a strange-looking cut shot into the ground. It loops up, goes straight to Hudson Prentice, who has a shot at the stumps, but the batsmen are through for a single. Rees moves on to 80 and keeps the strike. Deploy yet to get off the mark. Derbyshire 135 for 2. At the end of that over, there are 87 left. So if Derbyshire batted for another 37 overs at their current run rate, and I'm going to take their current run rate as their last 5 overs, so 4.5. You've got to do the maths yourself, because I've already forgotten the first number that I said. Yeah, 37, 4.5. Yes, they'd have nearly. They could get to 200 and still have 50 overs to bowl at Sussex, couldn't they? Assuming that the showers that are around don't hit Derby, which they clearly did yesterday.
Actually, I've got to the stage of the season where I'm not even looking at the forecasts, but yeah, they are kind of saying the same thing as yesterday, aren't they?
Yes,
I think
it was
of
almost an identical
mid-afternoon could be, yeah.
But no idea where they were going to hit.
Yeah, exactly.
We sort of got unlucky with the one that did hit, but got lucky with the ones that didn't.
Yes, quite.
Really
so you sort of think, well, if it's like that, then at some point you probably will hit one. Change of bowling with Hudson Prentice into the attack for the first time today, and he's whipped nicely through the leg side by Rees for a single out to deep mid-wicket. And Rees has zipped up to 81. Now, to be honest, I sort of looked at his score, and just then at 81, I thought he was still in the 60s.
I know, he's got on with it today, hasn't he? He's scored 31 runs this morning.
Deploy won't hang around either, and it should be quite entertaining to watch if he's going to play his full array of shots. There aren't too many better players to watch out there at the moment in the Championship than Deploy, I don't think. This is turned up to mid-on by Deploy, and there's no run.
Regular contributor Nick Buxton. He doesn't sound like he's in a good mood today. Seeing as the last Championship win at Derby was against Sussex 15 years ago, can we start calling them our bunny? The ultimate humiliation for any team, surely. Unbelievable that it's taken 6 months for this team to play like this, or maybe it isn't. Wake me up in April. Come on, Nick. Come on, Nick.
Hudson Prentice is in, pushed up to mid-off by Deploy. He's looking for a gap that he didn't find in Adcat Fields. Well, you've got to make the most of the last home day of the season.
Absolutely.
Gloucestershire certainly did that at Bristol last week by losing several wickets and making their home supporters feel like they were going to lose. And I don't know, we'll see what Sussex do in the final round against Gloucestershire next week. Here comes Hudson Prentice and bowls. This is just push-driven by Deploy. Wide of mid-off, he'll get off the mark with at least a couple of runs here as Adcat jogs after the ball and then almost slips over backwards onto his backside as he fields the ball. It's a strange piece of fielding.
The fielder's body language isn't great, is it? They look like they don't want to be out there, and the pitch is a little bit slippery. And I know it's all psycho-babble, I think, body language. But it does count for something.
But they would have got... If I got a rollicking from Paul Farbrace last night, Hudson Prentice is in. Oh, that's come off the toe end of the bat. He just managed to cue that away into the offside to Deploy. Otherwise, he might have been the second Derbyshire batter to have their stumps disturbed this morning. But you can only imagine what would have gone on in the dressing room. I mean, you don't tend to have massive dressing downs in the middle of a match. But if ever there were a day for it, it would have been yesterday.
Yeah.
And the way that the Sussex players came out last night, not a word said. So you know from that, I think, as much as anything else, Hudson Prentice bowls might have been a slightly slower ball, maybe a cutter or something there from Hudson Prentice, but Deploy just treated it with respect. Just blocked it into the offside. 138 for 2, 86 overs remain in the day's play. So they would have had a stiff talking to last night, and this morning they had one of the longest huddles I say huddles. They had one of the longest circle times. I don't think we could really call it a huddle because they put their arms around each other, but it was circle time.
Yes.
And
Show and tell.
they had one of the longest versions of that I've seen. So it's certainly not as though words haven't been said. It's just a question of whether they've been heeded to.
Yeah, quite. Yeah, they look like they're going for a world record this morning. Hunt begins a new over, bowls to Rees, who slaps it into the offside. Alior does the fielding. Kirk's been in touch. Incredible batting average for Liz Deploy, currently 90. It's not far off 90, is it, Kirk? Is he still going to Middlesex next season with the financial troubles? If he goes, his 1,200 plus first-class runs are going to take some replacing. 2 points, yes, he is still going to Middlesex. I think they were canny and announced his signing before they were put into sanctions. It might have been coincidence, who knows? That one is driven down the ground. I say driven. Baseball style down the ground from Lewis Rees, who moves to 85. It doesn't really matter what you bowl if a batsman's going to do that. 142 for 2. And the thing about his 1,200 first-class runs is interesting because his 1,200 first-class runs this season have replaced the runs that Shan Masood scored last season, and we wondered where they were going to come from. I don't think batting has necessarily been the issue for Derbyshire. In fact, I would say it hasn't, as Rees just dabs it backward a square on the offside. Hudson Prentice is in quickly. There's no run. It's been the inability. It feels like it's been the inability to bowl a side out twice, which generally needs
story of so many Division Two. So, and I'm not saying that
that's true.
You know, it's Sussex's problem as well. They've fallen short of bowling a side out a second time several times.
Well, we spoke to
They'd
John.
be up by now.
Well, yes. Oh, well, that's hit the pad of Lewis Rees. It was swinging down the leg side. The ball eventually ends up in the slip cordon. We spoke to John Sadler last year, coach of Northamptonshire, former batting coach here at Derbyshire, and we were just chatting to him about what the difference is between the First Division and the Second Division, because he was well placed to answer the question, having got Northamptonshire up and coached them in the First Division. And he said the main difference was in the bowling, as Hunt is in and bowls to Rees, who defends this one back towards an Adcat at mid-on. And it was that in the Second Division, every team has 2 pretty good opening bowlers. It's the next 2. But in the First Division, the next 2 are probably just as good as the first 2, and that is the difference, he said. And you're right, it's a Second Division thing, isn't it? They haven't got the staff to carry 4 top-class bowlers who are all going to stay fit, or even 6, so you can rotate them. This next one strikes the pad as it's a very optimistic appeal from Hunt, because it was probably going down leg side. And the over comes to an end, 142 for 2.
Yeah, and I think you especially have that problem given the fact that they're trying to make pitches more batter-friendly, that they're trying to get rid of the green seamer. That was the thing which was possibly the worst thing that you could ever do after the last Ashes tour, because we all play on green seamers, and it means that you can't, instead of losing by not having as good a bowling attack as the opposition, but still being able to bowl sides out, now you can either bowl a side out or you can't. Yeah. And you get games where both sides can't. Hudson Prentice bowling a new over, and Deploy has slammed that one in the air for 6 runs over long off. And he's made that look pretty easy. Just a casual waltz down the pitch from Deploy, and then just lifting it over the boundary rope. And Nadkat's now trying to work out exactly how he can make his way over the rope, but he doesn't actually have to in the end, because I think he's found that the ball was not the other side of the board.
I think it was the other side of the board, and he bent over the board and picked it up and then dropped it.
Oh, is that what
I
happened?
think so, yeah. I think so.
So I'm suddenly bending down to pick something up the other side of the board.
No, I think you've got it.
Right. Anyway, 6 runs, 148 for 2.
And Kirk says, I get that the bowlers haven't been able to take 20 wickets in a match. Perhaps the issue is more with our flat track at Derby. No, I think it's the same all over. He says the best first-class home wicket was at Chesterfield, produced an amazing 4-day match, which it did. And the games here have been slightly duller. I'll give you that. You're always likely to get a slightly more sporting pitch on an outground, wherever that outground is, I think, because it just doesn't get the same preparation. But I always hark back to 2019 when Jimmy Anderson and Graham Onions came here, a proper frontline bowling attack, and absolutely destroyed Derbyshire's batsmen on one of these pitches.
Hudson Prentice round the wicket to deploy, works that one towards steep square, running the first one hard, but they won't get more than that as Ibrahim comes in off the boundary, 149 for 2.
It's all about opinions, Kirk, and good to hear yours. There's an update on Wayne Madsen. Well, I say that. Wayne Madsen will play no further part in the game after sustaining a finger injury yesterday, is the update. Thanks to Derbyshire for that. It's not much of an update, but it's an update nonetheless. Confirmation of what Zach Chappell said. Zach, obviously not a medical man, although he's seen a few, as I did suggest to him, which I've instantly regretted.
Here comes Hudson Prentice to Rees, who guides the ball towards forward square leg, and Deploy says, yeah, we'll sprint through for 1 there. Nothing that Harrison Ward could really do about that. 149 for 2.
And I can repeat the question because he's currently
Probably
sitting...
150 for 2, sorry.
Oh, yeah, 150.
150's up.
He's currently sitting in the dugout with Harry Kane at the moment, so he won't be listening.
Although somebody might just. Now that you've made such a point of saying that he's not listening, somebody might just.
I know, but I hope they inform him that I also regret asking.
Okay. They tend to leave that sort of thing out, unfortunately. It's just short and wide from Hudson Prentice, and Deploy tries to cut, and Carter doesn't take it cleanly. I don't think it was a dropped catch, judging by the body language.
Hudson Prentice didn't look happy, though, did he?
No, I don't know whether he was unhappy about the delivery.
Too close to cut, though, wasn't it? I know. Again, Leas is trying to get on with it here, so
yeah,
as he often does.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to tell without the old snicko whether it was a thick edge that went off Carter's glove tip. I don't know, and I won't know either. This is driven by Deploy out to the sweeper on the offside boundary, Coles, and it's another single. Lead up to 51. So Deploys into double figures off as many balls, and I suspect he's only going to try and accelerate from that after giving himself 3 or 4 deliveries to have a look at. A runner ball is simply not going to do for Deploy in this situation. Hudson Prentice trots in bowls, and Rees has skewed that one into the leg side, and it finds the hands of mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. 151 for 2.
Because as good a season as Leas has had, and it's been sensational, his average is 89.92 at the moment. They're just moving the tractor. I was getting nervous when they moved the tractor. But they're moving.
Just going to demolish that wall there. Then there is a gate that's open.
They're actually moving it away from the covers, which is excellent news, because they usually have advanced warning. He won't want to be remembered as a skipper who skippered the side for 1 season and they didn't win a match in the county championship. I mean, it's not a huge stigma, but it's something that will rankle with him, I'm sure. And whenever we've spoken to him, he is very much determined to try and leave some sort of mark. Well, 1,170 runs is not a bad mark. As Hunt bowls to him, and he pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Harrison Ward picks up, so that might motivate him. I have to get my binoculars out to see who's coming in next. It looks very much like the figure of Matt Lamb, who's standing on the... It is. Matt Lamb looks like he's the next cab off the rank for Derbyshire. No Wayne Madsen, of course. So they will be batting with 10. As Hunt goes in, and that one is pushed up towards mid-on. They're going to go through for a quick single, and Adcat picks the ball up and gestures towards throwing the ball at the stumps, really, as much as anything. Showed willing. It didn't go anywhere near them, and he was only about 15 yards away, but it's the kind of thing you want to see your overseas doing, isn't it? Pulling his weight, which he's more than done with his bowling. 11 overs for 39. Bowled nicely. Hunt is in again and bowls, and that one is edged to slip by Lewis Rees and caught. Again, tame Allsop with the catch. Low down to his left, but comfortable enough, and greeted with complete silence as Rees goes for 86 and Derbyshire are 152 for 3, leading by 52.
And again, I mean, we were broken records about this yesterday, but Hunt has come in so far this morning, and he's just bowled a good line and length. I can't really remember much that he's bowled that hasn't been on the money, and he's got 2 wickets. So I just think it's the sort of surface where that's all you need to do. And for Hunt at the moment, this is his career best figures, 3 for 36, which came against Gloucestershire in the second innings at Bristol. And he's got 3 for 33 now, so he's got a chance of picking up a few more wickets with Derbyshire still going for it. And as much as the first dismissal was a charge down the pitch and a swipe, that one was, I mean, you'd say perhaps Rees would have left that in a different situation, but it was more of a genuine fence at the ball and a catch in the slips.
Yeah, I think he was trying to guide it to third man, wasn't he?
Yeah,
really?
So it wasn't
and
entirely a shot that he would have played in every situation.
He's got it wrong.
But still, it was nicely bowled by Hunt. A little bit of bounce maybe just to catch the edge, and the catch was taken.
Indeed. Yes, makes a nice change. It is indeed Matt Lamb who is the next man in. Tall figure, powerful man. Ideal, you would have thought, for this particular situation. And he hasn't had to field before he batted today, so his back will be reasonably good. As Hunt bowls to him and goes straight through him. Absolutely straight through him. Through to the wicketkeeper. We haven't seen a delivery like that all day. And Matt Lamb all of a sudden was troubled by that one.
Yeah,
52.
This is where Derbyshire just come out and go, oh gosh, he's doing all sorts.
Yeah.
Keeping low, bouncing. Wouldn't want to be facing 70 overs on this.
If you can't get 52 in 70 overs on this, though, you're doing something wrong. Lamb gets bat on ball this time, pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run.
But, the game continues to move along one way or another, and it will certainly keep doing that with Deploy and Lamb, you'd feel. I mean, it's one of the good things, I guess, for Derbyshire, is they don't really have to kind of change their order very much. Anyway, they've just got pretty much everybody from now on can bat positively, can't they?
Yeah, absolutely. This one is defended by Lamb, almost falls into the offside playing that particular shot. It's picked up by Ali Orr.
Surrey are all out.
Are they?
They've been bowled out for 185.
Good heavens.
So 23 runs short of avoiding the follow-on.
We'll wait to see if it's enforced. It has to be, doesn't it?
Sure, they've got to. It's their only hope, Northamptonshire, I think.
They have to win the game, yes. They have to win the last 2 matches, don't they, to stand
one way or another, they'll probably have to bat for a little bit, but you'd rather bat knowing what you have to chase at the end. If you have to chase 70 off 7 overs, so be it. So they have to enforce it. So Surrey will be batting again and under a little bit of pressure, knowing that Essex have bowled Hampshire out this morning. Hudson Prentice continuing to bowl to Deploy, plays it slightly uppishly towards mid-on, but mid-on is quite deep. And so not only is it perfectly safe, but it gets Deploy a single, 153 for 3. So Essex 16 for 1. They have changed their order. They opened the batting with Adam Rossington as well as Sir Alistair, and Rossington was out for a duck. So they brought Tom Westley in. So Essex lead by 133 runs, but time continues to tick on them. As far as the relegation scrap goes, there's been, in Division 1, there's been events as far as that's concerned as well, as Lamb drives to mid-off. Nice looking shot, but not for any runs. Kent are 44 for 4 against Somerset. Somerset having declared on 404 for 4. That's an awful lot of fours, but not off Kent bats. Lewis Gregory has taken 3 of the 4 wickets to fall there. Kent need a draw, and they could do with Middlesex losing. Middlesex 126 for 3, trailing Warwickshire by 68 runs. So they might yet survive. Hudson Prentice is in, and this is turned firmly to mid-on by Lamb, but Inadkat will cut it off. So Robson 63 not out for Middlesex, just been joined by Ryan Higgins. Greg Miles has all 3 of the wickets for Warwickshire, but yeah, I mean, it looked yesterday, the day before, that things were looking pretty good for Kent, in that Middlesex looked as though they were going to lose. There'd be so much rain at Taunton that it wouldn't matter what Kent did. Hudson Prentice bangs one in short, and it's clattered by Lamb out to deep square leg. And that'll get him off the mark, just be a single though. 154 for 3. In Division 2, Durham, who have been confirmed as Division 2 winners, 66 for 1 against Worcestershire, 313 for 9. It looks to be the game between the 2 sides likely to go up. Hudson Prentice is in, forcing shot off the back foot by Deploy. We'll get him a single as well as Coles comes in off the boundary. Yorkshire 135 for 3 against Leicestershire. Lyth 60 not out. So they're effectively 62 for 3 on second innings. So maybe Leicestershire can keep themselves in with some sort of a mathematical chance, but it would only be a mathematical chance, I think. Trailing by 21 going in, but Worcestershire will have gained another 2 on them with the batting points. As this is flicked away by Lamb out to deep square for another run. 156 for 3 at the end of Hudson Prentice's 7th over, 7 overs for 33. Of course, that does depend on Worcestershire getting maximum bowling points, which they might not get. So anyway, but it is still mathematical, because I don't really see Worcestershire only picking up about 2 points in the final game, and Leicestershire getting full points. But anyway,
it's a lot of
so we've got to keep things. We've got to keep things alive. We've got to keep things entertaining. For
yeah.
them.
And what about these 2?
Time for an update, I think.
Deploy's 6 was his 8th of the season. Only Haider Ali scored more in the championship. Zach Chappell's got 7, and he's yet to come. Anuj Dal 5 and Sam Connors 4. So it sort of reinforces what Ed was saying about the batting to come for Derbyshire. More than capable. 156 for 3, and Hunt, who's got all 3 wickets to fall, bowls to Matt Lamb, who plays outside the off stump, goes past his inside edge, dribbles along the floor to the wicket keeper, and there's no run. Will be an update for Radio Derby as well at some point, but it's a movable feast. It's flexible. I'm flexible. They're flexible. I think we should always remain flexible in life. Liz Deploy has moved on to 1,170 runs for the season, which is terrific. 1,173. That one strikes the pad of Matt Lamb as he tries to turn it into the leg side. He got a little tickle off his inside edge onto his pad, so he moves on to 3. 157 for 3. So the batsman to come, Dahl, Thompson, who's just signed that 2-year contract, Chappell, Connors, and then Pat Brown, who batted for the first time down in a Derbyshire shirt, certainly, and was dismissed for naught. Here comes Hunt and bowls, and that wraps him on the pad, in fact, just above the pad, and Liz Deploy has been hit. And Liz Deploy often gets hit. So I'm going to follow Take That today. It's their new song. It's not my place to comment, clearly. But I don't think I'll be seeking it out anytime soon. Here is Hunt left armour over the wicket, bowls to Deploy, who defends this one. I think he touched that one twice there. That's twice that's happened today. Ball dribbles out into the leg side. It's one of those songs, when you listen to it, first of all, you can't work out when it's going to end, but you just hope that it does. Some harmonies in there and bits of guitar. And it sounds like something that America would have done in the 1970s. America, the band, that, not the country, of course. But not as good. Here is Hunt. Once again, he's bowling from the racecourse and bowls to Deploy, dabs it down, backward square into the offside. And it's fielded by Hudson Prentice. And he looks around at the outfield as if to say, well, what's going on here? I keep slipping. Well, there's been some bad weather around, and fielders are almost certainly going to slip around, you would have thought. Ed Seaborn's finished his update, so I'll be able to speak to Ian with impunity. Ian Sky on BBC Radio Derby fairly shortly. As Hunt comes in to complete the 38th over of Derbyshire's innings, bowls to Deploy, who clips it up to, an ad cat, and it goes straight through him. And they're going to get 2 bonus runs here. They might even think about coming back for a third on the throw. No, Deploy decides against it, but he shouldn't be on 15. He should be on 13. He isn't. And Derbyshire are 159 for 3. I've got to go and do mine now.
Well, I've been building up the title chase as I have to, as well as selling Sussex versus Derbyshire in a game between 2 sides who going to be in Division 2 next season and have only pride to play for. But there we go. We've got to do both Sussex and Surrey for Derbyshire listeners. The update is into station covering both regions, so got to keep more than half an eye on proceedings at the Oval as well as here. Here comes Hudson Prentice to start his 8th over, and this is turned down fine on the leg side by Lamb. He'll only pick up a single, and it's 160 for 3. So Sean Hunt really the only bit of good cheer as far as Sussex supporters are concerned this morning. The fielding has been at times lackluster, and batting yesterday was something really to be more than a little concerned about, as this is pushed into the offside and now the fielder at cover's fallen over. It was going to be a single anyway, but the fielder was pushing off and then just slipped to the ground. Tom Clark, 161 for 3. Deploy moves on to 16. So clouds are building up a little bit again, which is possibly the worst news so far for Derbyshire. Doesn't look like rain at this instant, but it does suggest it might continue to build later on in the day. This is driven away by Lamb, and another piece of fielding which is going to cost an extra run. For my money, should only have been a single. It was well placed between extra cover and mid-off, but I think the fielder up at mid-off probably should have managed to cut that off. I mean, you can see how damp it is out there from the colour of the mud on the left leg of Crocombe up there, as forward comes Lamb just to defend this ball into the offside for no run. And when in fact, there's already 3 or 4 Sussex fielders who've got that mark down their leg, which it's such a dark colour, you know that it is damp out there. But I don't think really that's much of an excuse. Here comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket bowling, and on the hip of Lamb, who again just rolls the wrists on it and sends it out towards deep square leg. Lamb moves up to 7, 160 4 for 3. There's quite a few people staying in the hotel just off site here who've only just got up this morning. I see several curtains which were closed when I got, not that I've been looking that much, I'm not going to go there, but anyway, obviously people are having some lazy mornings. That'd be nice. Oh, good grief. This is going to be wide. Hudson Prentice has bowled one way outside the off stump. It sends Carter tumbling away, and then, unfortunately for Ollie Carter, all he's done is managed to tip it with the glove away from the one fielder who might have had a chance of stopping it. And things just continue to get uglier, I'm afraid. I guess you could say Hudson Prentice is trying to keep the ball away from the swinging arc of deploy. Even that doesn't sound particularly convincing out of my mouth. 169 for 3. Hudson Prentice bowls down the leg side this time, and that's going to go down as byes with the keeper up. Carter doesn't have much chance, and that, I'm afraid, was absolutely shoddy cricket all round that over. 173 for 3. I do hope that there aren't too many Sussex supporters who've travelled here, because at the moment, so with the exception really of Sean Hunt this morning, and Crocombe did run in and he tried to bowl some fearsome bounces. He did hit Rees on the head, he hit him on the shoulder, and Adgat bowled a couple of decent overs as well. But the fielding in particular, and some of the bowling, this has just been really poor. 173 for 3. So Derbyshire lead by 73, and here comes Sean Hunt over the wicket bowling, and that's cut away by Lamb out to the backward point boundary. There is no offside sweeper. It was a nice shot from Lamb. Wasn't an absolute drag down from Hunt, but it was too short and it was too wide. It was more of a kind of a lay back and a back foot square drive rather than a cut, but even so, the fact that Lamb could play that shot, and he's a tall man as well, the fact that he could play that shot shows that there was something wrong with that delivery as well, and it's 177 for 3. This is getting ugly now, isn't it?
It's not gone well, has it, since I've left you? No, I've just been watching Finn Hudson-Prentice spray it all over the place, and now Sean Hunt's done the same.
Here comes Hunt, bowling to Lamb, strikes him on the pad, and this time only one Sussex fielder decided to have a bit of a shout for leg before wicket, as again the ball was too high and going down the leg side.
Other than that.
Anyway, it was only Harrison Ward who put a hand up at third slip that time. Yeah, I mean, regulation pieces of fielding, I mean, that's the one thing that gets you, because it's the one thing that I don't think there's really ever mitigation for. Hunt bowls, it's short and wide again, and it's going to go for 4. Yes, it was slashed down through the gully and it was in the air, but it wasn't that close to third slip. And again, if you're going to bowl there, the batter's going to slash hard at it, and that's probably what's going to happen. It's going to fly away for 4, 181 for 3.
Absolutely, yeah. They're playing a shot a ball almost. As soon as anything's not on the pads and they don't have to defend it, they're just swinging the bat, aren't they? Which is exactly what they need to be doing. They're 81 in front. We've still got another 45 minutes to go until lunch. Yeah, this is exactly how everybody would have hoped Derbyshire would approach today, I think.
Yes.
Just to make a spectacle of the final day of the final home game of the season.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a danger of looking at it from the Sussex point of view, and they are aiding and abetting here. But as Hunt is into bowl, and Lamb tries to punch that one through the offside, but finds mid-off. At the same time, Derbyshire have still gone out with the attitude of, we've got a team on the ropes here. We've got a team that actually, the last thing they want to do is bat for any length of time to save this game. Yeah. So we're going to try and make sure that they bat for the longest amount of time, and the best way to do that is to go out and swing the bat a bit. Nothing to lose. Hunt in bowls, short arm pull from Lamb. He's played that beautifully. Again, an ordinary delivery, but still put away really nicely by Matt Lamb. And he's picked the gap between deep square and fine leg to perfection. 185 for 3.
Yes, we haven't really seen enough of Matt Lamb this season, mainly because he's been injured for much of it. He picked up an injury before the T20, which seems an absolute lifetime ago now. But he put in a match-winning performance at Northampton in the 50-over competition, and we've seen glimpses, and that's the kind of shot we're hoping to see a lot more of next season for the middle-order batsman, who also bowls off-spin and leg spin, which is very useful.
I haven't seen much of his bowling, actually.
No, he used to be medium pace, but he's turned to spin now.
Last ball of the over, Hunt bowls, and Lamb's missed out there as well, because that was another ball which could have been crashed away through the offside off the back foot. He looks up to the heavens after not putting that away, and Hunt had probably been the brightest spark for Sussex this morning up until that over, but that was not a good one. It contained 3 boundaries in the end, 3 for 48. Derbyshire, well, that is Hunt's figures, I should say. Derbyshire, 185 for 3.
And Adcat's back. He's going to bowl from the end, from which he bowled yesterday. And he bowled pretty well. He's bowled 11 overs for 39. When you look at the rest of the figures, that's pretty decent. So Tom Alsop turns back to his main strike bowler to bowl to Lewis Deploy, who's on 16 off 20. He's been overtaken by Matt Lamb, remarkably. He's on 19 at a run a ball. And an Adcat is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside, not timed by Deploy, fielded by Ali Orr, and there is no run. It's I was going to say, I looked across to the right, and I shouldn't, because that's where the weather comes from. There seemed to be a front, and it's sort of building up there, but it's glorious sunshine here, so we just ought to make the most of that while we're here.
Yeah, it does look as if it is continuing to build.
As an Adcat is in, Deploy takes 2 steps towards him, and it bounces over his flailing bat and through to the wicketkeeper.
I've not had the chance to talk to an Adcat, because this is only my second day covering Sussex,
yeah.
and it will only be my second day covering Sussex. But you would have to imagine he's a pretty mild-mannered fast bowler, because he's watched Rees come charging down the pitch and edge him for 2 boundaries. He's now seen Deploy charge down the pitch and miss. And for him not to have had a word after those happenings, yes.
Oh, he's gone for the scoop, and they've claimed the catch, and they've got it. And Rees Deploy is out for 16. He went for the extravagant shot, the sort of scoop over his head to a quick bowler, and an Adcat picks up his first wicket, comfortably taken by Ollie Carter behind the stumps, and it's 185 for 4 now.
Oh, we are in the entertainment business, I keep being told, which inevitably means that we have to see ramps and scoops, because those are entertaining. And they're also, I have the 3 I's for those shots that everybody has to use: innovation, improvisation, and inventiveness.
Oh, okay.
Well, any time a shot like that is played, you have to use one of those 3 words. But anyway, this one was edged through to the keeper. So I guess that was innovation as well.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No 4s and 1 6, and here's Anuj Dal.
What? If ever there were a situation for a shot like that, then I guess this is the situation.
He's got to make a terrible mess of his seasonal average, though, which was at 89.
Again, playing for the team.
Playing for the team.
Not the average.
For the team. Yeah.
So an Adcats, that's his 393rd first-class wicket, and mentioned that he's leaving to go and play in this effectively champions versus rest of India first-class game, the Irani Trophy out in India, and Irani Cup, I should say. It'd be quite something if he could get his 400th wicket in that game, pick up another couple here, and he might have his 400th in that final, which would be a nice moment for him, I'm sure.
Presumably not named after Ronnie Irani.
No, I I did wonder that to start with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I assume it's not.
It could have. I mean, it could have been.
The
No, it really couldn't.
Bolton-born
Really couldn't.
all-rounder. That's me. And Adcat bowls to Anuj Dal, and he pushes the first delivery. He faces up to mid-off.
I know, it confused me as well because I'd done Hudson Prentice's over from that end, but of course I'd switched to Hunt from this end during the update.
Lengthy quiz. That's the one that usually messes things up, the lengthy quiz. 185 for 4. Dal has batted pretty well this season. High score of 141 not out at New Road. But no other half centuries apart from that century for Anuj Dal this season. He has hit 5 sixes though, as I think most of them were at New Road as well. He pushes this next delivery up to mid-off, and there's no run. The one thing we will see is Anuj Dal lapping Matt Lamb when he runs here, because I think Dal is about twice as fast as Lamb. Lamb's not built for quick singles. Am I suggesting that Ronnie Irani? Oh, no, come on, Charlie, be more specific. You're just saying that Irani played for Blackrock. Do you mean the one after whom the cup is named, or Ronnie? I know Ronnie played for a number of Bolton League sides, as that one is pushed by Dal. Again up to mid-off, just the 3 players playing in this game at the moment. End of the over, 185 for 4. And shouldn't you be working anyway? Dal yet to get off the mark, and Lamb has a run of ball 19. Although you're more than welcome to watch, because the figures are all that matters. So if you do go back to working, just make sure you leave us on in the background.
Here we go. So it's actually Irani, ZR Irani Cup or Irani Trophy. So I was actually right first time.
You were always right.
Exactly. The trophy was instituted in the name of Zal Irani, long-time treasurer and president of the board of cricket for. That's not written properly. BCCI, I'm going to say.
Yes, do that.
Somebody's made a spelling mistake. Here comes Sean Hunt starting a new over, and this is just defended by Lamb into the offside. Note the tone of surprise in my voice because we haven't seen many of those recently, but it was a good ball from Sean Hunt, so it was kept out. Yes, long-time treasurer of the BCCI, and it says, and keen patron of the game. Would sort of like to think that you might be if you're treasurer and president of the BCCI, but there we go. It's been played since 1959 to 1960 season. Hunt bowls full and straight. Lamb comes onto the front foot and again plays in defence out into the covers. First 3 Irani Cups were won by Bombay against the rest of India.
Now Mumbai.
Then it was, well, actually, yes, it wasn't held twice. I'm not exactly sure why, but that's because Bombay didn't make it.
Yeah, we're not having it this year.
Yeah. Here comes Hunt and bowls. This is crashed away through the offside for a boundary by Lamb. Again, he's just got his weight into a really good position, head over the ball, and has just flowed the bat through the line of the ball and sent it away with a square drive for a boundary, 189 for 4. In fact, I'm looking at this, so surely that can't be right. It took until 1974 to 75 for somebody not named Bombay to play against the rest of India in it.
Okay, well, it could be, I suppose, couldn't it?
Yeah, perhaps. So, I mean, yeah, but that's what it says. I can only assume that the Ranji Trophy was won by... Really? That seems quite surprising. I want to do more research into that. Anyway.
Well, you were supposed to do research last night into Alberts, but
I've
seen no evidence of it yet.
You might see some evidence of it later.
Excellent, that's good news. When
Saving it for a potential dull moment. Hunt is in and bowls full and straight. Back on the money with the sweeper having been sent out to the deep backward point boundary now, and Lamb once more just defends. The last 2, I mean, it's quite surprising. Is it surprising? I don't know. It seems as though the rest of India haven't exactly alternated, because for the last, 2, 4, 6, 8 years, it's been 2 wins by the rest of India, 2 wins by the champs, etc. Striking him on the pad here is Hunt, but it's too high, and so a strangled appeal is all there was, beating the bat of Lamb anyway as it goes out into the offside off his pad. So, yeah, you'd have thought, given the extraordinary talent that exists in India, such deep talent, and they've got an awful lot to choose from, and it is their absolute #1 sport, but you kind of thought that the rest of India would win basically all the time. Hunt bowls and cannoning into the pad as he looks to flick it through the leg side there. Lamb, and they'll take a leg bye with 2 fielders back on the leg side. There's room there to come through, 190 for 4. Although, having said that, before that, the rest of India won 8 in a row.
Which
so
you'd expect, wouldn't you, really?
I would have expected more of that, to be
I
honest.
do notice here that in 2022 they decided to organise 2 seasons of the tournament back-to-back, the 1920 season and the 2022-23 season. So, obviously catching up. Ronnie Irani...
Yeah, COVID meant that there was no Ranji Trophy, so with no Ranji Trophy, you can't have an Irani Trophy.
Of course, yeah, indeed. Ronnie Irani definitely played for Heaton Cricket Club. I'm fairly sure he had a family house overlooking the ground at Heaton, may still do. Former Essex all-rounder, and England, of course. Turned broadcaster. 190 for 4. An Adcat bowls to Matt Lamb, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there's no run, so he may or may not play for the club whose cap you were wearing yesterday. Black Rod Cricket Club, so there's a massive connection going around here. You never, was it 6 degrees or 5 degrees of separation? 5 degrees, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think
it's 5. You're right.
I think it's 5.
Somehow both sound right.
I know. So does, it's either 5 or 6. It's 5.
I think it is. That does sound a bit better.
Yeah. Here is an Adcat bowls to Lamb, who rather forcefully drives up to mid-off this time. There's no run. He's slipping behind a bit here, Matt Lamb. He's got 24 off 27 now. But he's batting quite nicely. With a certain amount of freedom to play as many shots as he likes. Derbyshire's lead 90. And still more than half an hour to go until the lunch interval, during which it can rain if it wants, and then as long as it's dry after that. And Adcat bowls, and he goes for what I'm going to describe as a Sussex opening
That's
top
exactly what
order
I was
shot,
thinking.
which is very much the wild swish outside the off stump. There was a bit more foot movement from Lamb than there was from a number of Sussex batsmen yesterday, but it was still almost the same result. He didn't miss his outside edge by much and went through to Carter behind the stumps. His haircut when he wears a cap looks entirely normal. When he takes his cap off, not so much. And a cap bowls defended by Lamb. 4 dot balls in the over so far.
And he really does look like Jack Russell when he's got the helmet on.
Yeah.
Not so much when he's, the hairstyle isn't the same, but when he's got the helmet on and all you can see is the hair out the back.
He's got the
and he's keeper, same sort of build.
Scruffy beard.
Just
what I like the look. I admire the look enormously. I wouldn't quite cut my hair like that as Lamb drives, but straight to Hudson Prentice in the covers. And there's no run. Somebody had gone off the field because somebody's coming back on. I have no idea who either of the people are involved in that exchange.
Just admit I hadn't.
No, I hadn't noticed anybody leave, but there's somebody.
In my defence, I have to go like that to
yes,
see.
you do actually. Yeah, you do. There is a large post, but without that post, the building collapses. So it's sort of crucial. An Adcat in bowls to Lamb, who cuts, and he's only going to get a single as it goes out to the backward point boundary where Harrison Ward does the fielding. In fact, I don't think anybody had gone off, but somebody has come on and Ali Orr is going off. It's the end of the over, incidentally, 191 for 4. Lamb pinches the strike, he's on 25. And Anuj Dowell, who's only faced 3 deliveries so far, yet to get off the mark, but I'm sure it won't take him long. Hope not, anyway.
Well, certainly not if judging by the way that the rest of the Derbyshire batting lineup has gone about things this morning. I mean, he'll either not take a while to get off the mark, or he won't get off the mark. I suspect one of the two, because he's going to have to try. Hunt into Lamb, comes onto the front foot and plays a defensive shot out into the covers. So they are looking a little bit more as though they're not looking absolutely to play a shot of ball like they were. Maybe they're just, I don't know, just doing a couple of overs here just to make sure that they don't completely lose their way and allow Sussex to feel a little bit better about themselves by taking too many wickets. Hunt is in bowls, tucked into the leg side, to the right-hand side of mid-wicket. Harrison Ward gets the feet moving and manages to intercept the ball, but it's still a single. Lamb moves on to 26, so Dahl will get his next chance to score his first run.
Curry is the substitute.
Well, I was going to say Curry or Foreman, you would have thought it would be, given that they were in the squad and there aren't too many other players really who could have been.
There he is at mid-on.
In comes Hunt over the wicket to Dahl. I think you even heard that. I don't even need to say it. The ball was played to mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Brad, the left armour, his brother Scott is a right armour. Which I always find curious how those sorts of things happen, but there we go. Biology and coaching, etc. But his brother's playing for Leicestershire in this round of games, having played against Leicestershire in the 50-over final the other day, striking Dahl on the pad there, this next Hunt delivery.
Hurt him.
Well, there were shouts of ow from the Sussex fielders, or at least how rather than ow, but it sounded a bit like ow. It was, again, going down the leg side and probably too high, but again, Hunt has managed to miss the middle of Dahl's bat. Comes in again over the wicket, and Dahl is it's going to hurt as well. He's driven it into his leg this time as it goes out into the offside. There's still no run. I just saw Daddy Longlegs outside the window. That is a sign of
Do you not like them?
where we are in the year. Well, no, I don't especially love them. No.
There's a lot. They sort of rest on the far end of the media box, all on the wall.
Yes.
A lot of them there.
And if they'll see an open window and they'll...
They've no mouths. You'd be
straight
all
through.
right.
No.
No mouths.
They also only live for about a day or something, don't they, in that guise?
Oh, I don't know.
This is flicked towards mid-on, and where Dahl thought there was a single there, and for good measure, Curry, who's on the field as a sub and is clearly wanting to do something, having been sitting in the pavilion all morning, has decided to have a shot at the stumps to show Anuj Dahl that there was definitely not a single there. And so he's crashed the ball into the stumps, but Lamb hadn't moved. 192 for 4, so Hunt 13 overs, 3 for 54. It was a better over from Hunt after one rather stray one in particular. And if he does get another wicket, Sean Hunt, that will be his career best. 3 for 54 now has gone above his 3 for 36 earlier in the season. And Adcat bowls over the wicket to Lamb. And again, that's just played respectfully out into the covers. So one way or another, Sussex have at least managed to take enough wickets that Derbyshire have had to rein themselves in a little bit, or at least they felt they've had to. So who knows, it could be the 2 or 3 overs that makes all the difference. At the moment, if Derbyshire were to declare at the end of this over, which it's safe to say they won't, there'll be 72 overs remaining in the day, as this is just patted away by Lamb with an open face of the bat, back at a square on the offside, and with deep point back, that allows Lamb to get a single So it's Dahl who, having said what we said, is about to face his 8th delivery and still hasn't got off the mark. So finding things a little tougher than others so far this morning. And then he is having to face a test bowler in Adcat at the moment. And Adcat, his most recent couple of test matches came only 2 months ago against the West Indies. And Dahl will get off the mark here. Just a nice looking shot. Runs it through the offside. The quicker outfield, that would have gone for 4. But with the slow outfield here, it won't. Does most of its slowing down within sight of the boundary, but Dahl was not fooled by thinking it would go. Running hard from the outset, and so he's able to turn 2 into 3. 196 for 4, Derbyshire. Dahl moves on to 3. Once Dave Fletcher comes off his update, I'm going to annoy him by talking about bonus points, because I know he's going to love that. So just advance warning. Apologies, that was me hitting my microphone. Try not to do it again. And Adcat bowls back foot. Lamb driving, picking up 1. Orr sends the throw in from the deep. 197 for 4. Lamb up to 28. So the strike being rotated this over. Of course, it's important. Yes, it's important to turn yourself on. To start with, but it's also important because, I mean, Derbyshire, they need, what, 53 runs for a bonus point here, so...
Oh, they're not bothered about... No, don't go down that route.
I told you all. Here comes an Adcat and bowls. Lamb looks, pardon me, Dahl looks to drive into the offside, and Hudson Prentice moves to his right and stops it.
I won't get drawn into a discussion about bonus points.
I told everyone whilst you were on the update that you would.
Yeah, I won't get drawn into it. Complete waste of time. 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, none for a defeat. That neither of the 2 tables changes this season at all. But we get people who are obsessed with, oh, I've got another 3 runs for a bonus. But I know I say it as well. Derbyshire have got 3. Who cares?
Adcat bowls, and Dahl tries to play a sort of a cut shot, but the ball was very close to him, so he doesn't go through with the shot. And that is the end of Adcat's 14th over of the innings. 14 overs, 1 for 45. Derbyshire 197 for 4, which is a lead of 97. Lunchtime declaration, still looking...
yeah, they'd probably want another 50, wouldn't they, in this next half hour or this next 24 minutes, so I'm not sure they'll get them. I think they might bat for 40 minutes into the afternoon session, based on absolutely nothing, but they're not going to bowl them out for 100 twice, are they? That would be my thought on it. I mean, if they did, it would be remarkable to win a game where you only scored 200 and something runs to win a game comfortably. Sean Hunt begins a new over, bowling to Matt Lamb, who punches it out towards the backward point boundary, picks up another single, moves on to 29, 198 for 4. And they would want the 50 extra runs, so they had a lead of 150 rather than to get that first bonus point.
The other way of looking at it in terms of overs is to say, well, Sussex couldn't possibly bat any worse than they did in the first innings. You wouldn't have thought. They needed 37 overs, let's say, then.
Hunt bowls to Dahl, pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run.
So therefore, surely you wouldn't want much less than 50 to have a really good go at bowling Sussex out.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And then any bonus overs after that, you can knock off the required runs in the pouring rain. I've got to go to Carlisle tonight, by the way.
Yes,
Nobody,
don't envy you for that.
I know nobody cares, but I'm going to drive to Carlisle. So a rapid victory would be handy. Hunt in again. Dahl this time defends it back to the bowler. And there's no run. They've slowed down the run rate dramatically, Hunt and Adcat. To the extent where in the last 5 overs they've scored just 13 runs, Derbyshire. At one point they were going along at 6 and over today, and now they're down to 2.5. Which is important for Sussex to prolong the Derbyshire innings. 3 slips for Dahl, who jams his bat down on that one, pushes it out into the offside, no run.
So again, he's just taking on the role there, Dahl, of, oh, look at the way that hit my bat. Oh, no.
Yes.
Horrible.
Yeah.
It's important.
He picked up
psychology.
2 for 3 in 8 overs in the first innings. So he'll be used, Zach Chappell and Sam Connors as well. Does David Griffin what the dismissals in a match record is for Derbyshire wicketkeepers as well at lunchtime, as Dahl drives gloriously for 4 up towards the extra cover boundary. It hits the rope now, and Dahl moves on to 7, and the 200 is up for Derbyshire. They are 202 for 4.
I have some sympathy with Hunt there, though. He brought out the double teapot, and I think, to be honest, there's not much he's done wrong there. It wasn't a half volley. Dahl's driven that on the up, but he's just played a beautiful shot. That time, I think Hunt can be too hard on himself. Do you enjoy, by the way, watching Rory Burns bat?
Seldom enjoy anything, really. He's a bit skittish, isn't he? It's a bit like watching Billy Godleman.
My dad has an absolute loathing of watching Rory Burns bat.
I don't loathe
and I, almost because of that reason, I quite enjoy it.
Hunt bowls to Dahl. And, there is no run, end of the over, 202 for 4. Dahl has 7. Lamb has 29. I don't think I have a particularly strong view either way.
Okay. Dom Sibley?
You see, I've got an issue with Dom Sibley's critics in that, and I know he doesn't fit into the current narrative of England batsmen and the way they go about things, and he can get on with it if he wants. But what we had there was a belligerent opening batsman when all around him was chaos, and he was jettisoned because he batted too slowly. Well, in a 5-day game, I'm not sure you can bat too slowly. So I always thought the criticism of Dom Sibley was unwarranted. I have a certain admiration for him, really. He's very much a throwback, isn't he, to the 1970s, I always think, the cricket I used to watch when I was growing up.
Nadkat bangs one in very short. And Lamb gets on top of it because it wasn't particularly fearsome. Short delivery, and he pulls it for a single through the leg side.
Not massively entertaining, I'll give you that.
Yeah, okay, so the reason I ask is because after their first innings partnership, where they put on 26 and 15 overs,
Nice.
Burns and Sibley,
Yeah, proper batting.
at the moment they're 9 without loss in the 10th over.
I think the issue with that is if you are following on, you need to score runs as well as survive, don't you? Because if one or both of them goes, then there's an awful lot of pressure on the batsmen who follow.
Yeah. Here's an Nadkat bowling, and Dahl runs it up towards mid-off. He's in quite close. There'll be a shot at the stumps, which misses, and Dahl's too quick. Anyway, 204 for 4.
I seldom worry about Anuj Dahl running towards the danger end.
Crocombe, the fielder at mid-off, couldn't have done much more there. And actually, I'm noticing as well that of the 9 runs, two boundaries were hit. So 8 of the 9 came in 2 scores. So with 3 scoring shots. Oh no, they've ruined it. Burns has scored a 2. Dear, the ball's out of shape. Is that what?
Well, I think that's what Sussex are suggesting. Watch it go through this caliper now, and you hold the caliper.
You have a go.
You just do your zip up. And look, it's gone straight through. Paul Baldwin says, just get on with it, will you? We're not having these kind of delaying tactics. They'll make a note. First time the ball was shown to the umpires, 46 overs and 2 balls old. There he goes. Paul Baldwin just making a note.
Actually, the other thing that's worth mentioning, potentially, although it might not be given the table situations, the over rate is -2.
It's slow down. It's you, by the way.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
I did Sean Hunt's over.
Defended into the offside, yes.
I mean,
Sorry, it was.
I didn't want to take over.
No, of course. Sorry.
No.
Anyway,
Right.
it was just a defensive shot, as I say, from Lamb and picked up at mid-off. Yes, so Sussex have so far picked up 1 point, 1 bowling point for 3 wickets. I know you don't like talking about bonus points. The reason I bring it up is that they could come away with -1 points at the moment. As forward goes Lamb blocks it into the offside for no run, which would be something I don't think, at least in terms of on-the-spot deductions, as in the, how the over-rate penalties, rather than, say, a game where there have been pitch issues or something like that, where you've had points deducted after an assessment. I don't know that I mean, maybe it's happened. If it has, then let me know. But a situation where a side has come away with fewer points than they got there with, as Lamb turns the ball to leg, it's fielded by Orr at mid-wicket.
It would have happened in the early 20th century because the scoring system was 1 for a win, 0 for a draw, and -1 for a defeat.
I should have clarified on the bonus point system. But
yes,
no, you're right. You're right. Of course. We were even talking about that the other day, so
yes,
should have remembered that.
Griff does talk about it occasionally. Just looking at the prize money's been announced for the Men's Cricket World Cup. I was expecting in the top line to see India will receive, but it doesn't say that.
Are you expecting to get some yourself?
No, I don't think so.
Vinodkat to bowl the last ball of the over, and it's pushed into the offside towards extra cover. 1, 2, 3, 4. He did 3 with a foot, 2 on the knee, and that is another 3 with the feet as well. What an effort that was on the keepy uppies from
I think he fancies himself
Hudson
as a
Prentice, sorry.
Hudson Prentice, doesn't he? Yeah.
204 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, the winners of the World Cup will receive $4 million. The runners-up will receive $2 million. There's a prize pot of $10 million.
Is it better to be paid in US dollars?
I think rather than rupees or whatever they use lakhs now, do they?
Well, lakhs is a unit of
is it?
Rupees,
okay.
and like crore. I never remember what the exact denomination is, but
yeah.
A lakh is a certain number of rupees.
Right. There are also the losing semi-finalists look at $800,000. There are incentives every time you win a match. You get some money. So that's
handy.
Presumably to prevent any dead games when you know you're going to win 100,000 quid for winning a game of 50 over cricket. It's Finn Hudson Prentice from the racecourse end, bowling to Matt Lamb, who tries to drive him wide of mid-on but can't. And there's no run. Hudson Prentice sorting out his hair. Gave me a wave this morning, Finn. He was out there warming up. Had a look round. He was longingly looking at the Derbyshire Media Centre. So I just gave him a little wave and he waved his ball at me. He's a top man. It was a sad day when we did the interview when he announced he was leaving, because he made quite an impact at Derbyshire. 2 fielders swapped places. On the offside, 2 slips. Hudson Prentice bowls to Lamb, who clips it into the leg side, and they go through for a single. It's Dahl anyway, not Lamb. And he moves on to 9. 205 for 4. One is short and quick, and the other one's tall and wide. They're fairly easy to tell apart, Anuj Dahl and Matt Lamb, and I couldn't. 205 for 4. The lead 105. Lunch in 14 minutes as that one is banged into the pitch, and given the treatment by Matt Lamb, you cannot bowl a short delivery with the greatest of respect at Finn Hudson Prentice's pace when the batsmen are in an attacking mode and not expected to be dispatched in front of square to the mid-wicket boundary.
And if you had 3 out on the leg side boundary, you might at least say, well, it's a long hit, but there's only 1 out.
It was nowhere near Dan Ibrahim, was it? Out there on the boundary. He moves to 34 from 43, Matt Lamb, 209 for 4. He might pitch this one up. Finn Hudson Prentice, who's in, and he does, and it's defended out into the offside. There you go.
After they'd put deep mid-wicket back as well.
Yes, well, they're just putting him out there for a poor delivery, aren't they, really? I don't think there's a plan. There are 3 players on the leg side boundary. There's a long leg, a square leg, and a mid-wicket. But I don't think, well, he might be, I suppose. Short delivery now in the hope that a A miss-hit aggressive shot from Matt Lamb will pick up a wicket. Hudson Prentice is in, and this one is off the outside edge of the bat, out towards the point boundary. And he picks up a single. Moves to 35, 210 for 4. Still glorious sunshine in Devon. Well, it always is, really, generally. Not so much the first 2 days, perhaps, of this game. But there was a moment yesterday when the sun was shining brightly and it was chucking it down, which was very impressive. The mid-wicket has stayed out for Anuj Dal, who can hit a long ball. We'll see him hit Hudson Prentice back over his head. Here we go. Hudson Prentice is in and he just dabbles it out into the offside. There was a bit of hesitation. If that hits, Lamb's in trouble. It doesn't. And they get through for a single, and Dahl pinches the strike. He moves on to 10. Lamb has 35, 211 for 4. And I feel duty-bound to point out that every single player so far who's batted has reached double figures. It's not going to. It's not,
no.
Not with
frustratingly.
Not with Pat Brown in the side.
Frustratingly for all concerned. Well, also, I don't think that all 10 of them are going to get to bat. So it's unfortunately going to be scuppered.
We've seen some records, but that isn't going to be one of them.
Change of bowling, and it's a return to the attack for Henry Crocombe, who managed to cause Lewis Rees in particular a few issues early on, clonked him on the helmet and gave him a blow to the shoulder as well. 8 overs for 32, Crocombe's figures. I said I wasn't going to hit my mic again, and I've done it twice. Crocombe is in then to Dahl, who runs the ball away back at a square on the offside and will only get a single. Carter takes a slightly errant throw from Sean Hunt away to his right. Sorry, from Harrison Ward away to his right. And the hair goes flying as he does so. It just adds to the theatre
I like it.
Proceedings as a keeper.
It's a very dull shot, that. It's sort of, I can get a run there anytime I fancy kind of shot for Anuj Dal. It's for a lot of batsmen, isn't it?
212 for 4. Crocombe is in, and this is swatted high in the air by Lamb. Mid-on tries to run back and get there, but he won't. It's going to fall, lob over his head and be 2 runs. Didn't get much of it, but just enough to clear. Mid-on running back, 214 for 4. I think the difference with that shot from Dahl, that's more Joe Root, in that rather than, say, Kane Williamson, who has that late run down to third man, whereas Root has the more of the sort of the chopping action on it that tends to send it wider of a third man. And if he's on form, it means that it's going to go in that gap between the gully and backward point and be runs. This is defended by Lamb to mid-off. And so if you can play it, and to be honest, I don't think most batters can play it, because if they did play it, they'd nick off all the time, and that's why most batters have to shelve that shot. But if you can play it, as you say, it's just a scoring opportunity every time, because it's a place where you don't really have a fielder. What do? You put your backward point really further behind square. Well, then I'll just drive you through the gap. This is short from Crocombe, pulled in the air and has been caught. It was the sunglasses that went flying rather than the ball, and that was actually quite a decent catch. I think it is Orr who has taken that one after one went down earlier on, and that was a pretty decent catch because he had to use all of his height to get up to that ball, and the short ball from Henry Crocombe, as I thought it possibly might in this situation, because they kind of had to take it on, but the short balls were sharper from Crocombe than for Anadkat and Hudson Prentice in particular. There was always the chance you were going to get a miscue. They did, and it was well taken by Orr. So Crocombe gets a wicket, and I think for the effort that he put in his previous spell, he'd say he's good for that wicket. And he gets rid of Lamb for 37. And Derbyshire 214 for 5.
And Alex Thompson, who was described in the press release announcing his 2-year contract, Thompson as an all-rounder, which I hadn't quite grasped, and therefore asked him how his batting had improved. I'm not sure he is an all-rounder, if I'm entirely honest with you. but he's certainly a capable batsman. It's a shame for Matt Lamb, who's only got one half-century this season, and that was a 99 up at Durham. Doesn't quite tell the story, as he fell short of his first-class century for Derbyshire in the game at Chester-le-Street. But Alex Thompson, 210 runs this season at 23 with a couple of sixes thrown in for good measure. Can certainly hang around, can certainly bat, although hanging around isn't really the order of the day at the moment.
Here comes Crocombe bowling to Thompson, who I thought it was going to be bowled first ball there, as he went for a yahoo over the leg side and missed it, and it must have gone over the top of his stumps and through to the keeper. So he could have been clean bowled, inside edge onto the stumps, inside edge through to the keeper. Any number of things could have happened. As it was, it'll just go down in the book as a dot.
Yes.
One of those. They don't draw pictures in the scorebook.
They don't.
Unless they're very bored. This is full from Crocombe and driven. Crocombe's furious with himself off the last ball of the over. He has just offered up a half volley to Alex Thompson, who creams it away for 4 runs through the covers and gets off the mark. 218 for 5, so the lead 118. 70 overs left in the day's play, so we're going to get 2 more before lunch. So, well, if they declared 68 overs to bowl at Sussex, but yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that. But
I didn't get the impression from the way that Dahl was batting, or has been batting so far, that that was what was going to happen.
Tells you something about the country we're living in at the moment, doesn't it? Hudson Prentice begins a new over from the racecourse, then bowling to Anish Dalla, pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. I've just received an alert from my bank saying a large payment has been made, so I sort of panicked a bit, because I haven't got a huge amount of money anyway. And the large payment that had been made is the one that's paid every month to my utility company for the gas and the electric, which is enormous, but I'm not sure I needed an alert for that. I did just panicked for a moment there. Excuse me if I wasn't listening to anything anybody was saying. Hudson Prentice bowls to Dahl, who chops it down to backward point. There is no run. So welcome to the United Kingdom in the 21st century. Yes, Kirk, but Matt Lamb's he is a batsman, and Alex Thompson is at the moment not quite an all-rounder. It's been all-rounder. Your batting average has to be better than your bowling average, as this one is driven by Anish Dahl. Ali loses his glasses.
He's got to do something about these sunglasses.
Yeah, they've gone again. There was no run.
He lost them in the catch, which was why I hesitated on calling the catch, apart from the fact that there was very little celebration for obvious reasons, but also because the sunglasses went flying off, and for a moment I thought it was the ball.
It could be a genuine all-rounder. If he gets his bowling average down from 40 to 30, I'd give him all-rounder status. As this one keeps a little bit low, or certainly that's the impression that Anish Dahl's trying to create. Something's been dropped on the pitch. I'm not sure what it is. Alex Thompson's going to examine it.
Great big piece of mud, I think.
It was, wasn't it? I don't know where that's come
Clod.
from. And there was no run, of course, because the ball scudded through to Ollie Carter, the Sussex keeper. Sun's disappeared, and there are some unpleasant-looking clouds up above. Lights still off, though. That's good. As this one is pushed out into the outside by Dahl. He's desperate to pick up a single from a shot that got him a single in the previous over, but hasn't quite managed it so far yet this over. 11 from 25 deliveries he's got. 218 for 5.
Yeah, still determined to try and play his shot, even though
it'll happen.
So far it's not borne fruit.
In comes Hudson Prentice, and Dahl has lifted him over mid-off. He hasn't got enough behind it, Dahl, to pick up. Well, he's going to come back for a third, of course he is, because he's quick, even though the throw went to the not the striker's end where Alex Thompson was running to. So a good end to the over for Anish Dahl. He moves on to 14. 221 for 5. Thompson has for Steve has asked me to ask you, and I know the answer myself already. If you frequented the local hostelries last night after your previous visit to Derby this season and your visit to the brewery tap. Yeah,
no,
you
I'm
didn't
afraid
last
not.
night,
No, because I didn't have company here, because I didn't have the usual
of course, yeah.
entourage of
All your
Gloucestershire
all your
supporters
followers.
to be able to call upon to go out and
Describe
sample.
them earlier as your fan
I did
club.
not describe them.
I think that's how you describe them.
Not how I described them. Here comes Crocombe and bowls a short ball, which Dahl pulls out to a fielder who, for some reason, was floating between mid-wicket and deep mid-wicket. I don't know if that's where Orr was meant to be, but that's where he was, and so it's only a single when it might have been a boundary if he were up, or it might have been a more comfortable piece of fielding for him if he were back on the rope. No, they've decided that's where he wants to be.
Yeah.
A floating mid-wicket and a fairly deep mid-on as well, actually.
Yeah, and a square leg in front of square.
2-2-2 for 5. Crocombe bowls, and this is slammed by Thompson, high and handsome, and for 6 over long on, and the ball obligingly crashes off board out there and back to Orr, which saves him a few steps. 228 for 5, and that is the kind of striking that Thompson's got in him.
Yeah, his third 6 of the season. He's a big man.
Just wasn't short enough from Crocombe. That is certainly very short. It's also slow from Crocombe, and Thompson drags it this time out to Orr, who's being kept rather busy out there on that deep mid-wicket boundary, and after that 6 has decided I'd probably better not be in the middle of nowhere. Actually, I'll just go back to the boundary.
Well, looking at Thompson as well, he might get some bowling in this afternoon. You never know. We haven't seen any spin at all in this match, have we?
229 for 5. Crocombe runs in and bowls to Dahl, who I think he's nicked that. He has, yeah. Judging by the trajectory, he got a outside edge to that as he looked to force the ball through the offside. Edged and caught the second wicket for Crocombe as Carter pouches it behind the stumps. 229 for 6, and that is the last ball before lunch, because the clock has ticked to 12:30, and just like that, it's update time.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Ed. We'll be back in the fullness of time. 15 from 28 deliveries for Anuj Dahl. The not-out batsman at lunch is Alex Thompson, with Derbyshire leading by 129. Is that going to be enough? Will they pull out at lunch? We'll find out within the next half hour. Certainly, Henry Crocombe's got a couple of balls of his 10th over left to bowl. No sign of... They don't have to declare until 1 o'clock anyway. And just as a precaution, and I'm hoping it is just as a precaution, they will take the covers out to the middle. It has gone a little bit dark. So Thompson, 11 off 4 deliveries, the not-out batsman at lunch. Crocombe, 2 for 47. Hunt, 3 for 59. And Adcat, 1 for 47. The bowlers who've taken wickets. The men out this morning: Brooke Guest for 20, Lewis Rees for 86, Leicester Ploy for 16, Matt Lamb 37, and Anuj Dahl for 15. And Derbyshire go to lunch at 229 for 6. That's a lead of 129. And this game is very much still alive. 135 runs added this morning for the loss of those 5 wickets. So they have got on with it, as we hoped they would, Derbyshire. And as a result, we may yet see a positive result in this match. Whether we do or not, well, you'll be able to find out by rejoining us in around about 35 minutes' time here on the BBC Sport website and app. But for the time being, we will bid farewell. In and balls to Reed. 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 balls to read. In and balls to read. In and balls to read. In and balls to read. balls to read. In and 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 balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed.
Baldwin and Neil Malander, and Derbyshire team led by captain Liz Fitzroy.
Welcome back to the Incora County Ground, where the news is that Derbyshire have declared at lunch on 229 for 6, 129 runs in front. It's all fairly straightforward, which is good news. 68 overs left in the day, so plenty of time. I'm going to pass you across to our weather correspondent, Ed Seaborn, who's been dissecting the rain radar during the lunch interval. What's the latest, Ed?
It's not raining.
Excellent.
No, okay. So at the moment, it looks as if it's going to be okay for a little while, but there is a bank of rain which is moving across from the west coast.
Yeah, you can't trust
and is
the west
moving
coast.
across the country
Across the
this
north.
way.
Yeah.
So it might hit us at about, according to this piece of technology, 3:30.
3:30, so we look forward to that. So that means that Derbyshire, not only do they have 68 overs, they've got about an hour and 20 minutes in which to bowl Sussex out here, which seems a little unlikely. The umpires have swapped ends, of course, so we've now got Neil Malander closest to us. Paul Baldwin at the city end, from where Zach Chappell will deliver the first over. We've had our burgers, for which I apologise. They were very, very good. Traditional final day fare here at the Incora County Ground. Excellent food this week, excellent.
Unfortunately, I didn't notice until I was halfway through that the cheese, which everybody else had, was on a plate
yeah.
and not in the. I just thought I'd picked a burger that was plain rather than had cheese in it. Right. But never mind. Worked it out. You can't do that sort of thing to me at lunchtime.
You can always go back and eat a piece of cheese. Colleague has just suggested that Sussex will be 260 for 1 at tea. Here's Zach Chappell then in to bowl to Ali Orr, who defends the first ball, because they won't want to just defend. They might be wise to just defend rather than playing some of the extravagant shots that they play. The slip cordon has a slightly different look to it. No Wayne Madsen, of course. I'm just looking around to see who the substitute fielder is. At the moment, I can't work it out for some reason. Perhaps they've not bothered. Oh, no. No. Mitch Wagstaff's a short leg, hiding under the helmet. Here comes Chappell, bowls to Orr, who turns it into the leg side. So Mitch Wagstaff will be the permanent 12th man for Wayne Madsen in this second Sussex innings.
It's a handy place to have a sub as short leg. But then, I suppose what you can do is, instead of wasting time changing pads, you can just have a different sub come on if you don't want the short leg anymore. You can save a bit of time that way.
Yeah, could do. I don't think they'll do that, though. Chappell bowling to Orr. Can you imagine them doing that now?
I think it's quite.
It is a clever idea.
Well, it's just might save a couple of minutes, especially if Thompson's bowling. It might be an over that you get in extra.
Indeed.
I'm sure that's not the reason they've done it. But
no, they've done it because that's where Mitch Wagstaff fielded when he made his sole appearance at Scarborough, when he scored a half century and took 2 wickets in the first over that he bowled. Chappell is in, or drives. He's going to get off the mark here. It's being chased by Lewis Rees. They're going to come back for 2. Orr was a little bit hesitant, but Clark called him through because it was a comfortable 2 there. And Sussex are up and running. They only trail by 127 now. They're 2 without loss.
Yeah, I don't think Ali Orr is going to put all of his shots away.
Good.
You hope, from a Sussex point of view, that he's slightly more judicious about which balls to play them to, but I don't think he's somebody whose natural game is likely to be reined in to the extent that he's just going to sit there and block.
Let's hope he gets them all out. Chappell in and bowls, and he sort of squirts that into the leg, into the offside rather, fielded by Anuj Dal. Again, there's no run. So the slip cordon now is Harry Kame at first slip, as he generally is. Lias Deploy at second, and Matt Lamb at third. So a new look to the slip cordon. There are very few slip cordons at Derbyshire since I started in 2016, and presumably before that haven't included Wayne Madsen. Chappell is in. Oh, and that's taken the edge. It squared him up a little bit. It went along the floor to Deploy, who stopped it, but Chappell just for a moment thought he was about to strike in the first over. He didn't. 2 runs from it, 2 without loss Sussex, both of those to Ali Orr, and Tom Clark yet to get off the mark.
Pretty sharp. Excuse me, pretty sharp over there from Chappell. It's not bowling slowly and then sending it down from that height. But what I liked when I got the chance to watch Chappell quite a bit last season is that he's got all that height, but he doesn't just decide that because he's tall, he should be banging it in all the time. He's quite happy to bowl a full length, and he can still get bounce off a full length, but doesn't get carried away with the fact that because he's short, he can get steepling bounce. It's quite a sort of, I suppose, a mature thing to do as a seam bowler. Here's Sam Connors running in round the wicket to bowl to Clark, and Clark has let that ball go through to the keeper. Tom Clark was the one Sussex player in the top order in the first innings that initially didn't go chasing after the ball, at least not with a flashing blade. It still wasn't a terrific shot that got him out, because he hung the bat a long way away from his body to nick Dull behind for 31. But given that he had probably the trickiest conditions to bat in, he's about the only Sussex batter really to come to any sort of terms with things in the first innings. He played an involuntary shot there, but it's going to get him off the mark. He was trying to leave, but in the end the ball has come off bat and gone wide of the cordon, so he'll get 2 runs and the score up to 4 without loss.
And of course scoring runs is important.
Yes.
Because if they score runs, then reach that 129 and start overtaking Derbyshire, then Derbyshire will have to bat again. It takes more time out of the game, so they have to keep the scoreboard ticking over, don't they?
Yeah, I say, I don't think sitting there and patting it away is per se the best move, although if you get a ball like that, you've very much got to defend, as Clark does there, because that ball was boring in on middle and off stump. And he's played it up to mid-off, off the front foot. So this is the, I guess, the real test here. Whilst Sussex were ragged with the ball at more than a few occasions, and same in the field, as Connors is in now to bowl to Clark, who has hopped a bit at that one and then had to make sure he got down into a low position to play the ball out to the leg side in defence. But this is where the real test is with the bat now, because if they don't dig in to any extent at all, then to lose a game where we've had less than 2 days worth of play
Wouldn't be good, would it?
And I haven't actually asked what the over rate is as well, as Connors moves in and bowls, and in behind that one in defence as the ball goes up towards mid-off. But there's a chance that Sussex could come away from here with 0 points. They managed the second bowling point off the last ball that they bowled, with Crocombe taking that wicket the last ball before lunch. But it was -2 on the board, the over rate, before that, so there might be a chance that Sussex are sitting on 0. But to get some sort of confirmation at tea, potentially. 3 slips go down as Connors bowls now, and lifting the bat out of the way of the ball there is Clark. And that's the end of the second over. So both overs have seen 2 runs scored from 1 scoring shot, although Orr's rather more conventional than Clark's.
Yeah, steady start. These balls tend not to do too much until about 10 overs in either, so that's my perception this season, certainly. Teams have got off to flying starts and then been really pegged back this year once the lacquer starts to come off the ball and you can get a good shine on one side and that kind of thing.
Start polishing it on people's heads.
Yes, well,
Small of their back.
Zach Chappell's the perfect candidate for that. He bowls a full delivery that's driven by Orr for 4. Wide outside the off stump and full, and Orr climbed into it. He moves on to 6, 8 without loss. Nice shot.
Yeah, now that's the ball that you play that shot to. And he is such a handsome stroke maker, is Ali Orr. And the key was that it was full.
Yeah.
As you say, it was wide, but it was of a width where Sussex managed to lose a couple of wickets in the first innings. But the key difference there being the fact that it was a half volley.
Couldn't possibly have nicked it to the slips anyway. Some effort to have done that. Chappell on his way in again. City end. Bowls 2. Ooh, fiddles at that one. Definitely fiddles at that one as it goes through to Brooke Guest. So a good comeback from Big Zach. So I'm now going to christen him. I don't think I've ever called him that before. When I interviewed him yesterday, it's very noticeable when people are quite tall when they're talking to me at the same level. One or 2 members of the Derbyshire team who I have to bend down to talk to. It's better if they're on a higher step. Chappell is in again. That one is defended by Orr up towards the sort of extra cover where Pat Brown does the filling. So I've already mentioned the 3 slips as a point, of course. It's Anush Dal and Pat Brown at cover. Mid-on, Lewis Rees. Mid-wicket, must be Alex Thompson. And a short leg was Mitch Wagstaff. It's quite a tall short leg, really. Mitch Wagstaff. And then long leg down to our right somewhere is Sam Connors. As Chappell bowls, and that one is driven. But doesn't get past Pat Brown. He moves smartly to his left-hand side to make sure that he picks the ball up with 2 hands. And there's no run.
I don't think Big Zach has quite the same ring as Tall Paul.
No, indeed. No. It needs to
Although that is really starting to annoy me, that one.
Yeah, it's because they don't know his name.
Well, it's just the
tall bloke.
overuse of it. It's okay once, but it doesn't have to be mentioned every single time.
Well, they don't know anything about the players, so they commentate on that stuff. So this next one is guided by Orr to backward point where it's fielded by Dahl. So they have to they latch on to one thing, don't they? In the first season it was Wayne Madsen sweeps the ball a lot. Well, yes, we know he does, so you don't need to keep telling us. But they did.
Paul Walter's
very tall, you know. I don't know if anybody spotted it, but he's tall. I think they should have commented more on his trousers, which didn't reach his shoes by about 5 or 6 inches, which I thought was hideously embarrassing for a competition that's had so much money thrown at it. There's Chappell bowls or clips that into the leg side. It was a little aerial. It's going to be chased down here by Lewis Rees. They're going to come back for 2. I think Chappell might just have had a word with Ali Orr there, suggesting that one was a little aerial. And at the end of 3 overs, Sussex at 10 without loss.
He seems like, and I don't think he's quite in the Luke Wells bracket like this, Ali Orr, but he seems like the sort of person that people would sledge out there because of the fact that he's his mannerisms are quite exaggerated at the crease. He's, he plays a defensive shot and he sort of leans back and sort of has a bit of a stroll, and everything's quite sort of casual at the crease. He's got, and it's one of the reasons why I love watching him back, because I don't get the chance that often, but I love watching him back because he's one of those players that there's always something to comment upon, or at least something to notice that he's doing. Connors starts a new over. He bowls now to Clark, who taps that one in defence and knocks it on the head up towards mid-off.
And if you're somebody like Zach Chappell, who doesn't mind having a chat with the batsman, he's more prone to do it. And Sam Connors rarely seems to chirp at the batsman. I've not seen enough of Pat Brown. I imagine Brown might be somebody who does.
Sending down a ferocious knuckleball.
Yes, to 60 miles an hour as it wobbles through the air and the batsman plays 3 shots before it reaches him.
Here comes Connors. Runs in again. And this is tucked into the leg side by Clark. We stopped at mid-wicket by Pat Brown. There's no run.
I'm
But
particularly encouraged to see Brown playing in successive championship matches.
Yeah.
It'll be even more impressive if he plays the last 3 and then goes into the winter with 3 under his belt. So, regardless of how he has bowled, and he was a little erratic in the first innings down at Bristol, I know, but he was sharp, and if he can hone those red ball skills in the winter, he could be a very useful acquisition.
Here's Connors, long strides, bowls on the pads of Clark, and he'll get a couple of runs here as he turns it backward of square on the leg side. Eventually, they decide between them, Brown and Chappell, who's going to pick the ball up. The ball actually obligingly basically stopped for them, so they had time to work out who it should be to pick it up, and they do indeed get those 2 runs, Clark onto 4.
Brown decided because he wasn't bowling at the moment, it was his job.
Yes, that's a fair point. I mean, he'd have thought Chappell running in, maybe,
Yeah, that would make
but
more
but
sense.
as you say, yeah. To be honest, as I said, the ball was not moving, so it really didn't matter. Connors bowls, standing tall in defence. There is Clark, looking solid. Goes up to mid-off. Yeah, going back to Luke Wells, though, I mean, he I think almost styled himself as the most sledged man in cricket. It was almost a source of pride to see whether because he's somebody who's got really exaggerated mannerisms. He stands there twirling the bat over and over and over again, presenting it vertically to the bowler, twirling the bat, and just seems to find a way to annoy people even when he's not doing anything. Connors bowls full and straight. Clark covers up. Ball goes out to cover. Another player, by the way, who I love watching for those reasons. Well, yeah, he's Luke Wells is one of my favourite first-class cricketers.
Plays for a proper county, of course, now. With the Northwest.
Especially now that he started doing the trendy thing of bowling the leggies and the offies.
Yeah.
I mean, the leggies were terrific to watch, coming in with those long limbs whirling in. But now that he's started bowling the offies as well.
More than useful.
Connors switches to over the wickets. Clark seems unperturbed by that as he blocks it away to mid-off. End of the over, 12 without loss. Sussex trailing by 117.
He scored a century in one of the T20 warm-up matches at Old Trafford against Derbyshire that I just happened to go along to because I wasn't working that day and they were playing, and I thought, well, why not? They played 2 matches on the same day, and he scored a fairly impressive century opening the batting in a T20 match against a lot of the Derbyshire players who were going to play in the T20 blast. I think Aaron Donald played in that one because Brooke Guest had tweaked his hamstring, but other than that, it was a very strong Derbyshire side. So he's a fine cricketer, Luke Wells. Sam Connors has just been spoken to by Leicester Ploy, who's now having a long distance conversation with, and it's a very long distance, it's probably 40 yards or more, with Zach Chappell before he goes back and settles in at second slip. And here comes Chappell bowling to Orr, who defends the first ball of the over, straight back to the Derbyshire bowler. Crowd sticking with it. I think they'll be pleased to have seen Derbyshire declare, as they should be. It's the attacking thing to do.
Yep.
What was the attacking thing to do? No, they just need the small matter of 10 wickets. So we're getting messages. We send through in Fortman's. We're going to a dance by the time it gets up there, because unless Lewis Rees is going to come on to bowl from this end, because he just called Rees over to Ploy and now sent him back to mid-on. Chappell is in, and it's a short delivery and good pace as well. Taken above his head, leaping by Brooke Guest. Alior went for it. Fair play to him. I'm not sure it was really the ball to go for, but in the current situation, but he went for it.
Yeah,
and
that
flew through.
It was the kind of ball which, especially given that it got so big on him, that all that could have happened was that he could have lifted it off a top edge over the keeper.
Yeah, just bail out. Short leg crouches down. Chappell bowls, and it's Mitch Wagstaff, who moves from short leg to silly mid-on to do the fielding. It remains 12 without loss. 8 to Orr, 4 to Clark. Sussex trail by 117 runs.
Sorry.
No, you carry on.
No.
I was just filling time.
Okay. I was just going to say, I mean, it is worth remembering that it is Orr's first class innings for what, 4 months? First team innings for 4.
Yeah.
Sorry, the first innings was, of course, but you know what I mean, first match.
Chapel bowls, and that's over the head of short leg. It was in the air for a long time. There wasn't a square leg because there's a short leg, and he's going to pick up 2 more, dealing exclusively in 2s here. Sussex all moves on to 10-14 without loss, but
so you'd imagine there's going to be some rust there potentially.
I hope so.
It's almost, it's not quite, but it's almost actually effectively having to start your pre-season if you miss that much time. I know he tried to come back and did play a bit before he dislocated his finger in a club match, but didn't play first team cricket. So it's almost as if you're having to do your pre-season again.
Chapel bowls to him, and again, that's just this time to the left of short leg. They're going to come back for 2 more. The throw comes in from Sam Connors. He's a good fielder, but it's good running. And Orr picks up 2 more, moves on to 12-16 without loss. They're in the danger zone. The first wicket went down in the first innings at 18. And it was Orr who went, and he went for 10. Well, he's got 12 now. Caught behind, and well, everybody was caught behind for about 2.5 hours. Mickey Arthur in conversation with Chief Executive Ryan Duckett at the back of the family stand away to the left-hand side, just going on a stroll. As Chapel comes in and bowls to Orr, who just pushes this to Dahl at point. And there is no run. Yeah, so Derbyshire supporters shouldn't panic and think, oh, they've got a wicket early. Took them 4 overs and 2 balls in the first innings. We've had 5 now at 16 without loss, but wait till that lacquer comes off. Wait till it starts doing all sorts, as they say.
We haven't seen a change of strike yet, by the way.
No, they've
on that note,
exclusively in 2s, haven't they? Yeah. Trained observer Ed Seaborn will be back later. Just have to do an update. I'm not sure I've got an update at 1:30, but I'll listen to Ultravox in my ears. It was about the time I thought it was going to be the flashback, about 1982. Certainly early university days. Sam Connors to continue from the racecourse end. He's bowling to Tom Clark, who's on 4. Clark turns that down to fine leg, and they finally get a single, which didn't go unnoticed by Ed Seaborn in the box next to us. Top man, Ed. Still 62 overs in the day, so lots of time. And there is what looks like some rain in the west. What did Ed say? 3:30? What did he say? 2:30? I think he said 3:30. So might come at tea, which will be handy. Connors sets off again in and bowls to Orr for the first time and beats him. Just plunged forward past the outside edge through to Brooke Guest, who's already got 7 catches in the match. I meant to ask. I wonder if it'll be on Cricket Archive, I'm sure. Under first class records. Wicket, most victims in a match for Derbyshire. Harvey Hussain took 11 in that game, in which he took 7 in an innings. And comes Connors again. That one's driven up to Thompson at mid-off. And there's no run. Harry Elliott took 10 along with Bob Taylor. Elliott's against Lancashire in 1935. Taylor's 10 were against Hampshire at Queen's Park in 1963, where he also took 9 against Yorkshire in 1975. And then James Pipe took 9 in a match against Worcestershire at New Road in 2006. Connors in and bowls. That's left alone by Orr to go through to Guest. Harry Elliott and Bernie Mayer took 8 twice. Carl Cricken took 8 on 3 occasions. Luke Sutton took 8 twice as well. James Pipe. And back in 1958, George Dawkes took 8 as well in an innings. Dawkes was at Chalkwell Park at Westcliff-on-Sea against Essex, a ground that sadly is no longer on the circuit. Connors in and bowls. That's driven and caught by Alex Thompson. And Orr has gone. Thompson takes a good tumbling catch down to his right-hand side. The ball was barely more than 3 feet off the ground the entire time, and Derbyshire have their first wicket. Sussex 17 for 1, still trailing by 112. Good catch by Alex Thompson. Low down, really low down. And he's a big man. It's a long way to get down. So Sam Connors has the first wicket of the 10 that Derbyshire need. Orr goes for a 22-ball 12. And Derbyshire's players gather around in a little huddle. Just 35 balls of the innings have gone, and Orr already back in the pavilion for the second time in 24 hours. Who's next? I wouldn't want to go back into the changing room if Paul Farbrace is there, if I was Ali Orr either, if I'm entirely honest with you, given the quotes that we saw from last night's post-day's play press conference. Sam Connors in discussion with Pat Brown. Really, Tom Alsop's the... Is it Tom Alsop? Yeah, Tom Alsop's the new batsman. It was a really good catch by Thompson. I can't stress how good that catch was. If they want an update from Radio Derby, but I don't think they're listening to me, because this could be quite exciting. Nothing like being prepared. Alsop, the captain for this match. Cheteshwar Pujara suspended for a game due to the incidents that occurred in the game against Leicestershire, of course. (17 for 1), and Sam Connors with the final ball of his third over. 1 for 5, his figures. He's in and bowls to Alsop, who pushes this out into the offside. He's going to get off the mark straight away. Thompson gives chase, and Alsop will pick up a couple of runs. And after 6 overs, Sussex are 19 for 1. They still trail by 110. Excellent work. No, they're not coming to me at 1:30. They're just unbelievable. Anyway, I'll just turn them down. What could be the most thrilling day's cricket at the county ground. Not being watched by a huge crowd inside the ground, but everybody who came this morning is still here. It is chilly out there, I'm told. We're all right. We're behind glass. So well done to everybody who's sticking it out there. And in comes Zach Chappell bowling to Tom Clark. Down the leg side, good take. Full stretch. Both hands to the ball, Brooke Guest. Well done to him. Must be exciting. Jack Tymon's threatening to come down. As Chappell turns at the top of his mark. Bowls, and that one is wide of the off stump and left alone by Clark to go through to the keeper. I never doubted, Kirk, that Alex Thompson could bat. I'm just saying he's not an all-rounder. That's all I'm saying. Drew. Drew, I'll do what I can. Here comes Zach Chappell in and bowls. That one is driven very pleasantly for 4 runs by Tom Clark. Pat Brown started chasing it, gave up quite early. Clark moves to 9, 23 for 1. Drew Walker's just saying he's led to believe I'm covering Rams in Carlisle tomorrow and travelling up tonight. He says he's staying over Saturday night after the game, so any recommendations on real ale hostelries you managed to visit this evening, though I expect time will be tight. Welcome, as I've not been there for ages. It's a while since I don't think I've ever been out in Carlisle. It should be quite exciting. If indeed my fellow commentators wish to stay out. Chappell in and bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Clark. And there's no run. Not a great shot again from Alior. Good catch by Thompson, low down to his right.
I mean, if I'd played that shot, even if I'd been out, I'd have been absolutely delighted. That would have been the best shot I'd ever played.
Yeah.
But in this situation, given the fact that the mid-on fielder was there, there's just no reason for that ball to be hit in the air at all. Never mind to sort of, well, they didn't try to take on the fielder. It was just one of those.
It's a nothing shot.
Yeah.
Nothing shot. Here comes Chappell and bowls to Clark, who clips that into the leg side, but straight to Thompson. And there's no run. Yeah, Derbyshire's openers Harry Kane and Lewis Rees put on 65 in their innings, and between them, Alior and Tom Clark have managed to put on 35 in 2 innings. Just saying.
Well, Paul Farbrace said it last night. They showed how to bat on the pitch.
Yeah, I think there is no doubt about that.
I've just described a 20, as it was then, 22-run opening stand in 22 overs as exciting cricket.
Really? Here's Chappell in and bowls. That one slaps into the pad. Brooke Guest will race around and shy at the stumps and miss. The batsman will go through for a leg by, and Clark will keep the strike. He remains on 9. Allsop has 2, 23 for 1 after 7 overs.
In terms of the fact that Surrey must draw that game in order to stay
still
in
behind,
front.
Though, presumably. Are they?
Yes, long way behind.
Yeah.
In terms of that fact, I'm sure it's one of those where if you are a Surrey supporter, you are feeling incredibly tense and nervous at this point watching it. So in that
Church's
way, it's
palms
exciting.
Are sweaty.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
they win things all the time, though, don't they?
Well, that's true. It is slightly different. But
anymore?
Okay, maybe not Churchy. Daniel Norcross, his palms will be sweaty.
He's a bag of nerves anyway.
But he is. This is true. But
absolute bag of nerves.
But I can only imagine the anguish with him at the moment.
Excellent.
So in that, okay, perhaps I should have, in my next update, I will say it's exciting if you're Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I'm sure that they'd know exactly what I was talking about.
No question.
Here's the next over from Connors, his 4th of the innings. With a grunt of effort, he sends one outside the off stump. Clark just shoulders arms. So, yeah, Surrey trailing by 147 still. 25 without loss after 23.1 overs.
Batted.
Proper batting.
Yeah.
Graft. Essex are 150.
Don't do accents.
Essex are at 153 for 8 against Hampshire. So they've tried to put their foot down, but they've lost an awful lot of wickets. So Connors bowls, a little over pitched. It's a pleasant looking push down the ground from Clark, but Connors is able to get down low in his follow through to stop it. It's probably a good job he did, because I don't think mid-off and mid-on would have got there. Whether it would have been 4 with the speed of the outfield, I'm not sure. It certainly would have been at least a couple, maybe even 3. So, yes, looks as though Hampshire will be chasing about, late 200s, because it's only, Nick Brown has come in at number 9.
Got they've 2 double centuries against Derbyshire one season.
This is outside the off stump, and yelps of anguish from the slip cordon as the ball goes past the off stump. And Essex have declared, in fact. So there we go. Declared on 153 for 8. So Hampshire need 267. So it looks as if Essex have decided
Got to win,
that,
haven't
yeah, this is the time. We can't bank on favours being done for us next week. So we're at home. We've got Harmer on a day 4 used Chelmsford pitch. Not used for a championship match, but used for a one-day match, I believe. Connors is in. This is edged, and it's fallen short, or did it
Not
just
sure.
carry to third slip? Yeah, going to get 2 runs for this as the throw comes in. And Clark had to get his skates on for the second run there. He'll move to 11. But it was tricky to tell whether it was a fingertip job, whether it was trapped, or whether
dying
it was...
on him, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Would have been interesting. I think we'd have gone to the big screen. We wouldn't, obviously, but we would have been relying on Matt Lamb's honesty. I think it might just have carried.
I think it might have done as well. That was my first...
So I'm going to say it carried just for excitement.
My first reaction was just off the floor. We'll see in a moment. Connors is in full, and Clark plays a slightly pokey-looking defensive shot, albeit he wasn't poking away from his body, but it was just a sort of a poke at the ball. Bit of inside edge on to pad. That was the pencil this time, not my hand. Okay. So just I don't normally do that, and that's 3 times today. I don't think I did it at all in the first day.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I didn't hear the first one. I must have been doing an update when you did it.
Yes, I think you were.
Yeah, when you were banging.
And then I said I wouldn't do it again, and then I did it again about 10 minutes later. Here goes Connors. Bowls full and pushed fairly firmly up to mid-off, but it's stopped there by Thompson, and that's the end of the over. And I'm just looking at that again. Oh, I think that has carried. Very low down, but I think it has carried. So Clark gets a life on 9.
9, yeah. He's a tall man, Matt Lamb, and he's got a creaking back. They're facts rather than excuses, but he's just practicing bending down there.
Practicing bending down.
Here's Zach Chappell then around the wicket to Tom Allsop. I forgot his surname for a minute. I wasn't
just which Tom it was.
Well, yes, I knew his name was Tom. But then I thought, is it Tom? Because the last time they were here, I think all the top 3 were Toms.
Tom Haynes, yeah.
Yeah, so the top 3 were all
playing, I guess,
were all Toms, which made it very easy because you could just say Tom with impunity and then guess at the second bit. There was no run, incidentally, from that last delivery.
3 of the top 4 for Somerset, I think, this round were Toms.
Common name, isn't it? This next delivery is wide of the off stump and allowed to go through by Allsop to Guest.
Yeah, Lammonby, Abel, Kohler, Cadmore, and they had Banton, but actually Banton didn't come in at 4, so
shame.
That ruined it.
Could have been a new record.
It was 3 of the top 5, but then Goldsworthy 3, Umid at 4, and Banton didn't bat in the end. So something with 404 for 4 declared in probably about 100 overs, and Banton didn't even bat.
Next delivery from Chappell's outside the off stump and through to the wicket-keeper. I was looking at the most victims in a match for Derbyshire. The record is 11, Harvey Hussain, down at the Oval in 2014, in which he took 7 in 1 innings. That's some way off yet for Brooke Guest, but having taken 7, he is already in the list. What's happened there? In comes Chappell again, and bowls, and that's defended by Allsop. A list that includes some people I've never heard of, including James Joseph Disney.
Wow.
Yeah, in 1908, I think it was. No, I beg your pardon, in 1882 here against Yorkshire. He took 7 wickets in a match, and that's enough to get him on the... Joseph Humphreys is on there as well. He's got a fine moustache as next delivery is wide of the off stump and left alone by Allsop. He was from Stonebroom in Derbyshire. born in 1876. He did it on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 separate occasions, twice here, once at Glossop, once at Lord's, once in Leicester, down at the County Ground in Southampton, and at Old Trafford. And then Harry Elliott, who did it a million times in the 1920s and 30s. So some names from the past, from Derbyshire's past. 26 for 1, Chapel bowls, and Allsop covers up and pushes that out into the offside. And there's no run ended the over, a maiden over from Zach Chapel. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 16. His figures, and Sussex at 26 for 1, still trailing by 103. The short leg is removing his fielding pads. So we're not going to see a short leg for a while by the look of it. Nick Potts has come out. And he's not going, he's going to stay on as well. Because Pat Brown's going off. Presumably they put his bowling boots on, so we've got Nick Potts and Mitch Wagstaff, the 2 of the 13-man squad that was named prior to this game, who weren't included in the starting 11, are both out there now.
Remember, I used to think that was just basically a, euphemism, putting your bowling boots on, not as a euphemism for going off the field for another reason. But
okay.
I used to think that was just what a silly thing that people would say. But yeah, well, I mean, I just used in the old days couldn't afford 2 pairs of shoes. Connors bowls to Clark, and that's let go through to the keeper.
Used to bowl in your best brogues.
Exactly. I still think I only own about 2 or 3 pairs of shoes now.
Well, I only own 2. I own 3 pairs, but one of them I can't wear. It's just not comfortable anymore.
Right.
So I own 2 pairs of shoes. I own no pairs of trainers, for obvious reasons, and 2 pairs of sliders, and that's it.
God, I don't think I've got any trainers.
I can't find size 14 shoes there. I can't.
I had to buy sort of 12s and cut holes in the front of them. Connors bowls. There's a shout for leg before wicket here. Connors likes it. Umpire says no. My initial reaction was the ball might have been sliding a bit.
Yeah, and it wasn't massively convincing, the appeal.
No,
was it, really?
Connors tried to give it the big kind of, I don't know, statue of, what's it called, the Angel of the North type appeal with the hands out as wide as possible.
I prefer the one in Brazil.
Yes, I was going to. I nearly said Christ the Redeemer,
yeah,
but I nearly went with that rather than the Angel of the North.
I'd have done that.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons.
In comes Connors bowls. Clark covers up again.
I just think the Angel of the North is too far north, really.
Right.
And it's an ugly thing as well, isn't it? All rusty and hopeless.
Anthony Gormley.
Yeah, don't really understand what it's for, really. He's Gormley's figures at Formby Beach, or Crosby Beach, I think it is. They're good. I like those.
Okay, I've never actually been to that part of the world. I'd like to go.
Yeah.
Perhaps this winter sometime.
Nice part of the world.
Yeah.
Red squirrels there.
Oh, yeah.
That's about it, really.
Here comes Connors and bowls, and this is played off the inner half of the bat by Clark off the front foot. This time it goes to mid-on.
Red squirrels and professional footballers, Crosby.
They have red squirrels. I'm trying to... I don't know where it is, but I just remember because my aunt used to be vicar of Aspel,
Which is
just
near
outside Wigan.
Yeah.
So if you go across the coast from there, there's somewhere else with red squirrels up there.
There might be in Formby.
Oh, it might have been there. Anyway, I was somewhere with red squirrels.
Yeah.
I don't know why is it that part of the world? Did the grey squirrels just sort of force them west? I don't know. Connors bowls outside the off stump. There's no shot from Clark.
No, they're actually in an enclosure because they're so endangered.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think these were sort of semi-enclosed.
Yeah, there's
red
sort of lots of
squirrels.
chicken wire
Yeah.
and stuff like that to try and keep them in and protect them from the grey squirrels.
Probably was the same place then.
The grey squirrels, they just basically force them out. Shame.
Yeah.
They're
So much better to look at than
Well,
the
they're
grey
sort of
squirrels.
ginger squirrels, really, aren't they, more than red? But
Right. Got that cleared up. Here comes Connors to finish the over. Flash and a miss outside the off stump. He's very lucky to get away with that one. As Clark, I was expecting to see him walking off there. Instead, he's taking a few steps towards square leg and then making a gesture with his right hand to suggest, what was that? 26 for 1 after 10. Sussex still trailing by over 100, 103 to be exact.
And here comes Anuj Dal. Took a couple of wickets in the first innings. They lost their second wicket on 27 in the first innings, incidentally. Sussex, they're up to 26 at the moment. Just a steady flow of wickets after that, really. And, I suppose they got up to 57 for 3 before crumbling to 100 all out. So Derbyshire just have to be patient here. And Anuj Dal, if you want a patient bowler, Anuj Dal's your man. Bowled really nicely in the first innings. Only got a couple of wickets, only conceded not 8 runs. It was fewer than that, wasn't it? I did write it down. But I've lost it, of course. There it is, 2 for 3. 2 for 3, that's ridiculous. He's in and bowls to Allsop, who turns him into the leg side. There you go, told you how tight he'd be. And they pick up 2 runs off his first delivery. It's very un-Anuj Dal-like from this particular match. Generally bowls tidily anyway. Anuj Dal bowled 8 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 3 in the first innings. He's already 0 for 2 in the second. Here he comes and bowls, and that one is defended by Allsop. Back towards him. Warming up in here, isn't it? Do you not think it's warming up?
I think it's pleasant, I would say. I haven't been hot or cold sitting here the last... Well, actually, that's not true. I was hot when the sun came around yesterday, but the jumper came off and everything was fine. No, it's been very pleasant.
It's all right.
Actually.
Brightening up to the west. There is a cloud burst to the south that we've missed, which is good. As Dal bowls, that one is pushed out into the offside by Allsop, fielded by Pat Brown, who now appears to have bowling boots on. I've no idea. Ordinarily, you'd think there would be 2 different colours, one on each side with those flat soles that you use for bowling. Different kind of bowling, though. You'll be coming in at anywhere between 60 and 85 miles an hour, and good luck trying to guess which is which. Dal is in. That's left alone outside the off stump by Allsop.
The real skill in the knuckleball, though, as was told to me by David Payne, who I've had the pleasure of doing quite a bit of commentary with this season, who doesn't bowl it and tried to learn, and it just didn't really suit him. The real skill with it is in either you have to hide it or you have to find the technique to effectively to roll the ball up your fingers.
Wow. Ooh, there's quite an aggressive shot from Allsop. It's up and over the man at Gully and away for 4 runs. So Anuj Dal dropping one a little bit too short, really. And there is no third man or anybody in that region, and Allsop moves to 8, 32 for 1.
Yeah, with no third man, that was a free swing
Yeah.
for Allsop. But yeah, you have to, and this is apparently what Andrew/AJ Ty does when he bowls his knuckleball. He was one of the first to bowl it. Effectively roll the ball up your fingers and then get the knuckles dug in all in one motion.
Dal's next delivery is turned into the leg side by Allsop.
And you have to do that in the period before you've shown it to the batter, and then you have to do that whilst you're effectively gathering the ball in the air and then releasing the ball.
Well, could be
so
easier.
That's why not many people bowl it, although actually a lot more people are doing it now, but why still some bowlers don't bowl it, and also why a lot of bowlers don't bowl it as successfully as others, because of the fact that it's the disguise. Because actually you can see the knuckles sticking up. It's one thing, yes, it's one thing to know that it's coming and to play it, but still, if you don't know it's coming and then you're trying to play it, just makes it even more effective. And I hadn't really thought about that until, this is why it's always great when you can get professional on as well as just me wittering on, because they can tell you these things which you wouldn't know otherwise. Here's Connors bowling to Clark, who comes forward again and plays to the fielder at mid-on.
Yeah, Lewis Rees is trying to develop one. When it doesn't work, it's quite spectacular.
Yes.
It sort of aims for the head.
Yes, there's really only one way that it can go when you get the knuckleball wrong, isn't it? Because
It just stays
yes,
floating.
you're not really going to let go of it too late. It's going to be, you haven't really got a full grip on it. And it's just going to slip out and, be a beamer.
Has done a couple of times.
Connors in bowls, keeps it full and straight, and Clark turns it with a little roll of the wrists to mid-on. Still can't pick up a run, though. We're back to basically no rotation of strike here as well, with Clark facing all of Connors.
Thank you to David Ross, who suggested a couple of pubs in Carlisle. He says he's hoping for a draw against Derby tomorrow, though he's not sure how likely that is. Derby drew last weekend and then won in midweek in the EFL Trophy.
Connors races in. He's taken his eye off that one as Clark. It was a short ball, and it seemed to stick in the pitch, and also, I mean, because of that, Clark hadn't got into a particularly low position, and it was sort of almost on his way up as the ball went past his head. It took his eye off it, and he didn't. I think he thought it was going to balloon way over his head, and then because it was slower, it didn't, and he was almost in danger of
down the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, he looked as if he was just going to stand up into it. Strange bit of cricket. I suspect he'll probably get down into quite an exaggerated crouch to the next short ball after that.
Connor's slower ball bouncer.
6th over of his spell. He bowls once more to Clark, who gets a thick outside edge on that one and gets it between the slip cordon and backward point. They'll take 2 for this. It was played softly enough that the ball didn't go in the air, but he was done by that one, was Clark. It wasn't a deliberate steer by any means, but he'll take it and he'll move to 13.
Alex Thompson warming up.
2 left-handers out there. Get him into the games. Helps with the over rates is +1.
Yeah,
some good effort.
That was me this time.
But yes, don't mind that at all. This is short from Connors and pulled away in front of square. It's a good-looking shot from Clark, but they do have a sweeper out on the leg side, so it's going to be limited to 2. And he's done well to get that in front of square and mean that it is more than just the single. Clark to 15, Sussex 36 for 1. Trailing by 93 runs. And perhaps Tom Clark's decided, actually, I'm just going to take it on next time. Never mind ducking, just hit it, whack it.
Get it slapped to the boundary.
Ducking for cover in the stands. Connors is drying the ball now, so if it's particularly wet over on that side of the ground, but it was giving it, I think, a dry rather than a polish on his shirts. Last ball of the over, and with the sweeper back, Clark will just drop the ball into the leg side and say, thank you very much, I'll have an easy 1. So he'll keep the strike, and he's got 16. Sussex 37 for 1 at the end of the over. And will Connors get a 7th? He certainly wouldn't take him out of the attack for bowling badly. It's just whether you want him to be rested for maybe another burst before tea at some point. 56 overs left in the day, and tea fixed at 3:10 on the final day, so we've got just under an hour and 10 minutes to go until the tea break. Talked about what's going on in the title race, Division 1-wise, and Hampshire have lost an early wicket in the second innings. They've lost Toby Albert for 7, so they're 14 for 1, needing 253 to win. Here's Dahl bowling now to Holsop? To Tom Holsop. He bowls to Tom Alsop, and he stands tall and plays at extra cover. Toby Albert dismissed, caught Rossington bowled Cook for 7. Sibley and Burns are still at it, 32 without loss. After 38 without loss now after 29 overs. But relegation-wise, Kent 156 for 6. Bearing in mind they've effectively got to take 14 wickets to win that game if Somerset managed probably to do enough of Kent to secure the draw. Dale bowls short arm pulled by Clark out towards deep square. Of course, it wasn't Allsop anyway. Clark picks up a single and moves on to 17. I was done there by the fact that I didn't just look out to what was in the middle. It wasn't even Allsop on strike anyway when I tried to call him Holsop. 38 for 1, with Clark moving on to 17. Joe Denley's got a half-century for Kent. As Dull is in outside the off-stump and Allsop leaves.
That's the fella.
So, yeah, it's not exactly been great for Kent. 404 for 4 declared, plays 156 for 6 declared, but, sorry, not declared, all over the place. But it does look as though they'll probably see that one out. And I do like how the BBC's scorecard is now saying Joe Denley. It's not simply enough just to say Denley or J Denley even anymore. Dale bowls wide of the crease, and it's glanced down into the gully by Allsop, fielded there.
There'll be a reason for that I'm unaware
Well, there
of.
is, playing for the England under-19s at the moment, is Joe Denley's nephew, Jaden, who's already played a couple of first-team games for Kent as well.
Right.
So it now has to be J-O and J-A Denley.
Yeah.
So that's that one. Middlesex seem to be faring rather better second time around. Sam Robson's approaching 100. Dale bowls to Allsop, who with a hop gets into line and plays to mid-on. Ryan Higgins dismissed for 57, but Robson's 92 not out, and Middlesex have gone into the lead against Warwickshire at 223 for 4. Only lead by 29, so they're by no means out of the woods yet, but judging by the way it's gone, although it is Middlesex.
Yes. Yeah, they've got,
they
got
might
collapse in them.
manage to bat things out for safety. Dale bowls outside the off-stump, an exaggerated leave from Allsop, sees the ball go through to the keeper in the end of Dale's second over. Conceded 7 runs, Sussex 38 for 1. It's raining at Grace Road. There's certainly some rain clouds about. My app is still telling me 3:30.
Well, I think that horrible lot that went to the south of us may well have gone through Leicester.
So James Wharton got a half-century, as did Adam Lyth. Yorkshire leading by 147. 4 wickets down, but if that rains, then that basically kills that one. And then Worcestershire versus Durham is just people batting for averages and bowling for averages, with Durham 187 for 3. Well, actually, no, it's not. What am I talking about? Worcestershire still, actually, the bowling points are important for Worcestershire. They've managed 1 so far.
It'll be more important.
Just managed their first. 187 for 3, Durham, in reply to Worcestershire's 313 all out.
Parnell Malland has just had a look up to the sky. I don't think he particularly enjoyed what he saw. Excuse me.
Oh, don't. No, he's definitely not liking that.
Because
the heavens have just immediately opened.
Absolutely, it's hammering it down all
Where's
of a
that
sudden.
come from?
I have absolutely no idea.
I don't do that.
No, I'm not going to do that.
No, you could have done it, because that's what I always say, and somebody always says it.
Well, it's caught everybody by surprise. The ground staff, well, somebody's racing towards the tractor. This isn't good news at all. Alex Thompson was about to come on to bowl. This is a real shame for Derbyshire. There's still plenty of time. 55 overs left, but we'll lose an over every 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Or something. Just a chance for me to say thanks to Nick for the message. He said he was amazed at how professional the ground staff were after the downpour in the afternoon yesterday. Well, they're going to have to do something similar today, sadly, I think. Unable to travel down today because he's opening the pub at 5, the Midland, opposite the Sandbach railway station. I wouldn't ordinarily give it a shout out, but it's not in our area, so the hell with it. He says he'll also be travelling to Carlisle tomorrow for Derby County's game, so I'll give you a wave in the way end when I'm fumbling through my script in the afternoon as I present Sports Scene tomorrow afternoon. But it seems to have stopped. Well, no, it hasn't stopped. That's nonsense. It seems to have slowed down a little bit. the rain here. The umpires are still standing on the boundary's edge, and now they've decided to go up the steps. So I think we're in for a short delay here. Tom Clark on 17, Tom Alsop on 8. Sussex 38 for 1 in their second innings. They still trail by 91 after Derbyshire declared on 229 for 6 at lunch. The sun is out. I'm not sure. I was going to go to silence for a moment there, but the sun's out now.
Yeah, I don't think this is the main bit of rain that is forecast. So it's one of those frustrating ones, especially. It's frustrating for all concerned because the ground staff have to get up and put the covers on, and by the time they've done that,
they're coming back
often, and then the umpires they care about really is I mean, I don't know, maybe it was just me, but you just either want it to rain or just not to rain.
Yes.
Just don't do this really irritating kind of just start to rain. And it was heavy. I mean, it was you had to go off. It was heavy enough that it could have, if it had gone on for even a few minutes, it could have caused some damage to those areas of used pitches that you get at the end of
just
the
liven
season.
it up a touch.
Yes,
I wonder if Alex Thompson will still bowl. It looks like he's going to. He's warming up. He's bowling to Nick Potts at the moment on the boundary's edge. Apologies as the tractor goes past our window. It's always a bit loud, but
it's like a sort of grotesque millipede or something. Giant millipede making its way in front of us.
You don't like them, I suppose.
Well,
I just looked to my right.
I love them. I don't particularly hate them because you don't see very many of them.
No, you don't.
I tend to go rootling around in the forest floor trying to find them.
Looking to my right to see if Jane knows if we're going to lose any time or any overs. No, either that or she's given me
absolutely fine.
Absolutely okay.
Everything's just great and perfect.
Touch and go, but I don't think if they come back on again, we will almost certainly lose 1 over straight away. It would appear. But the stumps are back in the ground. The players are coming back out, and I'm glad I didn't hand back really now because that would have been foolish, wouldn't it? Really, ultimately.
I don't think Sussex will be hurrying out there. If they feel as if they can manage to burgle 1 extra over, then I suppose they have to try. I mean, you'd be disappointed if they didn't really. If there's any excuse to try and exert your authority on the game, whether it be batting or bowling in this sort of situation, the chance to get an over knocked off, then
which they've managed.
You've got to give it a go.
So we're down to 54 overs now. We lost 1 for that shower. Alex Thompson is still going to bowl, though, from the racecourse end, which I think is a good idea, with 2 left-handers out there. He bowled nicely at Bristol. Picked up a few wickets, 6, I think, in 1 innings. And he will see if he can wheedle 1 or 2 out now. With a relatively new ball, just 13 overs old, I think the loss of 1 over will account for a defeat either way. A defeat or a draw, shall we say, because I still maintain that Derbyshire can't lose this game. I always hesitate to say things like that. Thompson comes in and bowls to Tom Clark, who pushes the first delivery out into the offside. Harry Kane remains the solitary slip now. There's a short leg. 2 overs after removing his fielding pads. Mitch Wagstaff's got them on again. And Alsop finally settles over his bat. Thompson is in, goes back to that one. Pushes it into the offside. Round from behind the stumps comes Guest to do the fielding. So even when we look at the clouds that might bear rain, they're pointless because the other ones are going to drop it anyway. So we can stop looking at clouds, I think. Thompson in again. That one is pushed out into the offside by Clark. Fielded by Anuj Dal. Everybody who'd had gone underneath the precious little shelter on this ground for the spectators, and they all huddled in front of the players' pavilion, but they're all back out again, having wiped their seats, no doubt, as this one is pushed gently into the offside by Clark for a single. Pat Brown, who finds himself on the opposite side of the field to where he's been fielding, picks up the ball and throws it in. 39 for 1.
So those hospitality boxes.
Well, no, that's no. On the ground floor.
Well, I meant on the first floor.
Oh no, on the first floor, they're the members. As Thompson bowls and Allsop defends. Yeah, that's the members' pavilion. On the far right-hand end, the slightly extended box is the chairman's box.
Okay.
The rest of it goes into the members' lounge.
Right.
And then downstairs is where they used to get changed, the players.
Yes.
This next one is cut away nicely, but straight to Pat Brown by Allsop for a single. He moves on to 9 and pinches the strike. Clark has 18, 40 for 1. I think one of them's a classroom type thing now. I'm not sure what the others might be. On the ground floor under the chairman's box, I think there's some hospitality boxes there.
Oh, yeah.
With the,
yes, with
the wicker seating
yes.
in front. And
Little overhang
there's also a Legends Lounge on the top floor of the Players' Pavilion, which they can use for hospitality as well.
Is that where you'll end up when you hang up the mic?
Seems highly
the
unlikely.
Legends.
Seems highly unlikely,
Lounge.
given what the chairman said about me this morning. But no, I don't think so.
Short extra cover, slip in a gully for Allsop as Dahl bowls, and he still thinks he might just sneak underneath that bat of Allsop as he goes into that exaggerated hop before just working the ball to mid-on. Yeah, no, only reason I ask is that it doesn't surprise me like you've said that. They look a little bit cold and just, it's got that kind of huddled look that you get, particularly in late September about them up on that balcony. Dahl bowls and standing tall to punch this one past the fielder at short extra, but not past Chappell at mid-off. So
I think it's
run.
members and important people, because Mickey Arthur's on there. Just 2 to the left of the clock. You can see Mickey Arthur with Ryan Duckett.
He doesn't have his shorts on?
No,
today.
He's not worn
Very
shorts for much of
disappointing.
the season, in fact.
English cricket has done this to him. Dahl is in and Allsop tucks that one neatly through square leg. Although the outfield's quite slow, I think it's got the legs, and it does. Nicely played by Sussex's stand-in skipper, and he will move into double figures, 13 to him now, 44 for 1.
Yeah, that went quite quickly, didn't it?
Yeah.
Certainly quicker than some.
He timed it pretty well,
Yeah.
but it was a shot which I was still hesitant because of what we'd seen before with so many balls just putting on the brakes just before they got.
I think
to
we're
the
right
boundary,
to
right?
be hesitant.
Well, I think it's always better to be
Yeah.
on the safe side, isn't it? Otherwise, you just end up looking even more foolish than normal. Dahl round the wicket, bowls, width on offer, and forced away by Allsop to quite a deepish cover fielder. Pat Brown
Nicely
is
fielded.
there.
It's a good fielder, Brown.
Yeah, so it could have got past him. That's 45 for 1, Allsop to 14. He's a little bit deeper because of the fact they've got deploy in that short extra position. So just to cut off the angle of it, but it did allow Allsop the run. Dahl into Clark, who prods that one back to the bowler and gave off the air. Somebody not best pleased with the fact that the ball dared not to come out of the middle of his bat. Played it back to the bowler. A couple of tons this season for Allsop, but Clark, as he plays it out towards Gully, next ball, he's got a 96. I'm not suggesting that you're thinking in terms of tons here, but it's still a chance to score a bundle of runs, and as Paul Farbrace made quite clear last night, that places are there to be won at all times, and so this is indeed seats on the bus as well. So, otherwise you're up on the roof, mate. But what I'm getting at is any innings is an important one.
No question.
So, especially having got a life, we think, on 9, chance to make the most of it.
Thompson begins a new over to Allsop, goes back, defends it out into the offside. Matt Lamb is the man at extra cover doing the fielding. Catches at mid-wicket and extra cover for Alex Thompson, whose next delivery is just guided a little bit too full to Anuj Dahl. And Lewis Rees threatens a warm-up. Haven't seen him in this inning so far, or Pat Brown. And goes Alex Thompson again around the wicket and bowls to Allsop, who defends it straight back to the tall Derbyshire off-spinner. Man back on the backward square leg boundary in front of the T20 dugouts. Next delivery again defended by Allsop, full face of the bat. Hasn't looked particularly troubled by the first 4 deliveries of this Alex Thompson over. He gives the ball a little polish, the spinner. And now he's in again and bowls, and that one is defended again by Allsop out into the offside. He's on course for a maiden. 2 runs off his first over. Yet to concede one in this, and this is the final delivery. He bowls. Oh, he's bowled him. He's chopped on. Allsop has chopped on, and Alex Thompson gets a wicket made. He was looking to cut that ball. It was perhaps a little too close to him, and he's chopped on Tom Allsop. He goes for 14, and Derbyshire have their second wicket. It's 45 for 2, Sussex down. They're still 84 behind.
Yeah, that's an enormous wicket because, as you say, things were just actually for the first time in the 2 days. You said the match. I mean, it's 2 days, but for the first time that Sussex have been batting, it really did feel as though Allsop and Clark were just beginning to get on top of the bowling, not in terms of crashing it to the boundary repeatedly or anything, but it just looked as though they were beginning to feel a bit more comfortable, and then that a cut shot and
too close to cut.
Yeah, my first thought was that it was one which it was already quite full, and then I don't know whether it just didn't quite bounce as well, or I don't know, because we've got the replay that I'm looking at is from side on. He's basically toe-ended it into his.
Yeah, I couldn't work out how it had got where it got, if I'm honest with you, which is why I was slightly surprised when I saw that he chopped it on.
But yeah, as you say, it might have just been trying to pull the elbows in a bit too much, but he's obviously pulled it in a lot too much because he's ended up toe-ending it onto his stumps. It was an ugly dismissal, really. I think you have to say, just to be out in that situation. On the, here we go. This is the one that we need.
Not the first ugly dismissal, by the way.
No, it was. I mean, it actually turned a bit, which might be the reason why he did toe-end it, actually, because if it hadn't turned, he probably would have been in a decent position. But it's turned, and
it's gone a long way wide, hasn't it? Really. I mean, you look where
Dahl is in to Clark, who lets it go.
You look where Brooke Guest's hands are. They're a long way wide. He's got a bottom edge and into the stumps it goes. Remarkable.
Yeah. It's the turn that's done him, actually, because he just wasn't close enough to the ball, was he?
Yeah, no,
he tried to reach for it, but it was all just reaching with the hands, with the feet still planted on the line of the stumps.
We've seen that a few times, haven't we? Shots where the feet have been planted.
Reaching for the ball. It's been a theme as Clark tries to cut and doesn't time it at all. It goes into the ground up towards cover. I must say, that time I thought that the ball might have been there at least for some runs through the offside, but he's just not got the timing at all. 45 for 2. James Coles, by the way, the new man who was also a member of the Flashing Outside the Off-Stump Club in the first innings. Dahl to Clark, who cuts into the gap. Brown probably chased this down, will he? Going to go to the slide. Really good fielding. I mean, you just sort of expect that piece of fielding out of people as though, oh, he's just going to get that. But it was by no means routine. Flung himself over the rope, tipped it back in. And all that to save 1 run, as they've managed 3. Clark goes to 21.
It was a fine piece of fielding from Pat Brown. said yesterday we saw 2 really good catches from him in the T20 and in the Royal London Cup. He got rid of, no, it's not the Royal London, is it? The Metro Cup, whatever it's called. Well, he dismissed, or he took the catches to dismiss Wayne Madsen on each occasion, I think. Might not have been Madsen in the Metro Bank because he only played 2 games. Anyway, he took 2 good catches, I know that.
2 slips in a gully for Coles, and he gets a nice ball to tuck into first ball. That was a bit of a gift from Anuj Dal, a leg stump half volley, and it has been whipped away dismissively to the square leg boundary. So Coles is away, and that brings up Sussex's 52 for 2.
Yeah, that was a very Anuj Dal-like delivery. Usually very economical.
Dahl to put it right, and he does. Outside the off stump, Coles holds the pose with the leave outside the off stump. But when you look down the Sussex batting to come, in next, Ibrahim playing his first-class game since May, Ward his first-class game since September 2021, and then you're into Carter and Hudson Prentice as Coles tucks that one to mid-wicket, doesn't get the middle of the bat on it, doesn't get a run, ends the over, 52 for 2. But both of those have come up with some important runs this season. I mentioned that Carter's been the man for this sort of situation, looking at where his runs have come in. They've so often seemingly come in 4th innings, either third or 4th innings, 2nd innings of games, and saving games and trying to see Sussex to safety. And they might need him again, the way that it's going at the moment. I mean, lost 2 wickets in the first 17 overs and still 50 overs remain.
I don't really have a dog in the race. I just want to see an exciting game of cricket. But what I would like to see is a collapse now, because Finn Hudson-Prentice is still in his training top and his shorts. Here comes Alex Thompson to begin a new over, buoyed by the wicket he took with the final ball of his last over. The first ball is pushed by Clark into the offside, and there's no run. That would amuse me greatly to see him scrambling around for his kit. He's gone back in now, but he just brought his boots out to the bottom of the steps, at the top of the main steps, if that makes any sense. Thompson in again, and that one is pushed back towards him. It actually rebounds off the non-striker Coles. There's no run, just to dry his boots out, or perhaps they smelled so badly that they were refusing to have them in the changing room anymore. Either way, that's where he's put them. Goes Thompson once again and bowls. That one is pushed back to him by Clark, who was the 4th man out in the first innings after Coles, Allsop and Orr hung around for a bit, watched the carnage from the other end. And that's a quicker one. It keeps low. Does well to get bat on it in the end. It's a good stop from Matt Lamb tumbling. You could hear the howls from the Derbyshire.
Again, there's as we were talking about yesterday, there's somebody in every side who his job is to get excited about every ball. There's one person in every side who, if they pull off a piece of field, and they get that response.
This one is pushed back to Alex Thompson by Clark. I think it's also because they understand his back issues.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. For one reason or another, there's always somebody.
Well done, Lammy. He's at extra cover. Thompson bowls, and that one is clipped into the leg side towards mid-wicket, where Sam Connors is bowling, and it's back-to-back maidens for Alex Thompson. 3 overs, 2 maidens. 1 for 2, his figures now, and Sussex are 52 for 2. Still trailing by 77. Don't forget, Derbyshire have only batted once, though. So we shouldn't get alarmed if Sussex get a lead of some description, as long as it isn't too big. Once it gets too big, then, well, we can all go, I was going to say home, what we can all do is go to Cumbria.
No,
not
thanks.
All of us,
I don't think I fancy that.
Entirely the wrong direction.
kind of like a couple of days of road to go down to Hove, you know, and exactly be in the right direction.
But the good thing about it is I'll come back from Carlisle and go to Bolton or Horwich, where I live. I'll still have 1 night in my own bed before driving down, or 2 nights in my own bed before driving down to Cardiff on Monday. is Pat Brown.
Aha.
25. Has he had 2 years added to his age since that profile went up last time, or did we read it wrong?
I've no idea. I think I just went to. I thought I read 24.
Oh, I thought it was 23.
Oh.
It's not his birthday today, is it?
I'm wondering. It's what I'm scrambling about for at the moment.
I'll have a look.
No, he's 25.
Excellent.
I could have sworn it said 24. And I thought I'd looked online at that as well. Never mind. Here we go. Brown into bowl. And oh, good grief. What on earth was Coles up to there? Look, he was trying to pull. And then all of a sudden he realised it wasn't actually that short. And he's just sort of flicked at the ball.
All
and
that
with the fielder
quick,
out at deep square, it's a single, yeah.
Perhaps he started with a knuckleball and fooled him.
Perhaps he did.
I wouldn't know a knuckleball if it hit me in the face, which it almost certainly would if Lewis Rees bowled it.
Let me see if I can get the quality high enough to be able to see what it did out of his hand. Don't think so. I think that's just a ball which actually came off his gloves. Coles there. He thought it was. I think he just thought it was going to get up more than it did, and then he was lucky there was no short leg in, because it was exactly the sort of delivery that a short leg would be there for. Picks up 1, 53 for 2. Brown is in round the wicket bowling. That's a hideous delivery down the leg side, but it's really well stopped by Brooke Guest, saving byes. And of course, runs are important. Any run that Derbyshire can save in the field, potentially a run they don't have to score later on. That was a ball which definitely didn't come out right.
No.
Short and way down the leg side. He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Clark, who again has seen partners depart around him, as he did in the first innings. He stands tall in defence this time and pushes it back to the bowler. So, I guess with Brown, may always be somebody that's prone to the odd loose one.
Good.
But if he can produce enough of the magic deliveries, he'll be the kind of bowler who you can throw the ball to at any time in the innings. And I think this it goes back to what we were discussing about the difference between first and second division attacks. As Brown is in and on the back foot, Clark plays back to him once more. Is that I think in Division 2, you just get so much less of it. And this, again, is something, I'm name-dropping David Payne, but it's something he said about Division 1.
Your mate Payne, eh?
Yeah, exactly. Well, he is. He is, actually. But
I never doubted it. You can have friends who play cricket.
We can, actually, which never mind.
Yeah.
So, and it was something which, when he said it, you still thought, yeah, that is right, actually. As Clark again covers up and plays to mid-off. In Division 1, I felt the difference between Div 2 versus Div 1 is that in Div 1, they're not just content once the change bowlers come on just to keep plugging away, trying the same thing over and over, that they will go to the short ball ploy or try that they're not just happy to sit around and wait for wickets to take themselves, because they've got weapons in their arsenal. As Brown bowls wide of off stump, good carry through to Guest, but also well left by Clark to end Brown's first over. Just the one run off the, well, I nearly said the bat, but it was off the glove. 53 for 2. Better come back to that thought because it's 2:30.
Yes, it is. Mine update's been slightly delayed, which is absolutely fine. And Alex Thompson marches purposefully towards Neil Mallender, the umpire, to hand him his cap. Because he's going to bowl his 4th over. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2. His figures at the moment. He's going to bowl at James Coles for the first time in Sussex's second, well, for the first time in the match, because he didn't bowl in the first innings at all. He's got a short leg and a slip. 2 close catches on either side of the pitch. There's a man at point, mid-on, mid-off, man on the square leg boundary, and a shortish fine leg. And they're going to go through for a single. Just for a moment, Pat Brown was sort of ambling towards the ball, then he realised that he was going to get there before Anuj Dal. As a result, races to it, throws it in, but they get a single. Coles moves on to 6, 54 for 2. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside. Thompson around the wicket to Tom Clark, who gets a little bit squared up by that one from Thompson. It was a full delivery, met it on the half volley to push it back to the bowler. In goes Thompson. That one is pushed out into the offside. There will be a single here as it's just to the right of Matt Lamb. Clark will move to 22. 55 for 2. Still trailing by 74. Brings Coles back on to strike. In he goes, Thompson. Oh, turned into the leg side off a thigh pad, I think. Dropped short of short leg. Thompson's already back to his mark. Tall man. And he's in now. And that one is a full delivery that Coles defends, pushes it into the onside where it's fielded by Matt Lamb. 47 overs left in the day's play. 74 runs, the Sussex deficit. They've lost 2 wickets. There is rain around, but again, the next shower seems to be passing to the south, which is good news for everybody. And Pat Brown is going to continue from the city end. Pretty much, Sally Pepper, yes, pretty much. No. Two things. I'm not surprised at Twiggin. You need to let it go. You need to. It'll eat you up. It'll eat you up. You don't need that. You genuinely don't need it. Yeah, you don't need it. I think so. Really? Oh yes, absolutely. Well, I am. It is at the moment. There's a horrible downpour. It would seem passing to the south of us at the moment. We've lost 1 over this afternoon because they went off. The heavens suddenly opened and they closed as soon as they'd opened, really. But they brought the covers on. They covered the pitch. The players went off only to the bottom of the steps of the pavilion. Then the covers went off again and the players came back out. But we did lose an over. We've got 46 overs and 4 balls left in the day's play. The situation of the match is fascinating, really. Sussex are 55 for 2 in their second innings because Derbyshire declared at lunch on 229 for 6. That was a lead of 129. Sussex are still 74 runs behind. 2 wickets already this afternoon as Pat Brown bowls a particularly short delivery that loops over the head of Tom Clark. The first one was Ali Orr, who was caught well by Alex Thompson, low down to his right off the bowling of Sam Connors for 12. Clark, who's still out there, was then dropped by Matt Lamb on 9. A really tough chance in the slips off Sam Connors. And Tom Alsop was bowled by Alex Thompson, the off-spinner. He chopped on, actually. Came off the bottom edge of his bat into his stumps, and he made 14. Clark has 22. Coles has 6. They need another 72 runs to make Derbyshire bat for a second time. It was an aggressive piece of declaration from Leas Deploy, and very welcome because it's turned this into what could be quite an exciting afternoon. Sussex 57 for 2, and Derbyshire, of course, still looking for that first county championship win of the season. You may well do. If you were listening to the Alex Thompson catch, you'll have heard it then, and I'm hoping another 8 times you might hear an excited voice, by which time Derbyshire will potentially have won a game in the championship this season, which is not something I expected to say after the first 2 days were washed out. Yes, I know. Yes, if we could tempt fate, we would, wouldn't we? But we can't. I'm long past that. good. Thank you very much. Apologies to everybody who's been watching online and listening online. I've just been talking to Sally Pepper, which will have made no sense. Pat Brown around the wicket, bowls as a ball loops into the leg side off a combination of pad and bat of Tom Clark. It's not been a bad over, apart from the no ball. It was deemed a no ball because it was probably about 3 feet over the head of Tom Clark, the bouncer from Pat Brown. 57 for 2, trailing by 72 now, Sussex. It's always a bit awkward when you do updates into commentary, but I work for Radio Derby and they call the tune. Or they pay the money, so I pretty much have to do whatever they ask me to do, essentially. That's how I see this arrangement. Final ball of the Brown over, his second. He's in and bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Clark, who pinches the strike with a single out to Anuj Dal, a backward square leg. Sussex move on to 58 for 2, still trailing by 71.
Yeah, well, I've been able to update Radio Surrey on the title race, and it has to be said,
They probably wouldn't have liked it, would
Essex are knocking on the door here. Simon Harmer's taken 3 wickets already in the second innings.
Never
with
seen him turn a ball.
Sam Cook having taken the other one. Hampshire are 32 for 4. Still needing 235 to win.
He's got a terrifying reputation, hasn't he?
I think his reputation gets quite a lot of his wickets as well.
Derbyshire went down there a couple of years ago, 3 years ago perhaps. He never turned one off the straight and he picked up 9 wickets.
Here's Thompson then to Clark. Or defence goes out towards extra cover. Thompson looking to build up that fearsome reputation as well. Every off spinner wants.
Yeah.
Well, every spinner wants. I mean, it's the same thing with. He is effectively, even though he bowls off spin, county cricket's answer to Shane Warne in that respect. This is full and clipped up to mid-on by Clark. He'll take 1, 59 for 2.
Back to Harmer now.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Just checking.
Yes. I don't know what Alex Thompson likes to do after cricket. A night out.
No,
might be. You know.
No,
I'm sure he's
an
not
angler.
Like that.
He's an angler.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I don't think I see Warney doing. I saw Warney doing that. Thompson bowls and Coles rather has played no shot at that. It loops away out into the leg side as he almost looked as if he was meaning to kick that away. Very strange.
Mitch Wagstaff is the taker of spectacular catches, incidentally, at short. Not necessarily at short leg, but the catches he takes are generally spectacular.
Thompson bowls, clipped by Coles, nicely through the leg side for 1. Move on to 7 from 9 deliveries. Sussex up to 60 for 2. But, you know, yes, Shane Warne was the GOAT, as they like to say now.
Apparently so.
Yeah. My hero.
Was he?
He was, actually, yeah. Well, I mean, as an aspiring leg spinner, he didn't have too many to choose from. So... Stuart
McGill's rather blotted his copybook in recent times, hasn't he?
I mean, he was less exciting than Warne. I mean, if you're going to choose an Aussie to try and emulate forward defence from Clark, the ball rolls up the surface, you're going to choose Warne really rather than McGill. Because, you know, he doesn't quite... The level of greatness doesn't quite overtake the fact, in terms of his bowling, the level of greatness doesn't overtake the fact he's an Aussie. Whereas with Warne... As it's pushed out into the covers by Clark off the front foot, fielded by Matt Lamb, and that is the end of the over. Another tidy one from Thompson, 6 runs from his 5 overs so far. But with Warne, I felt it was acceptable because, you know, he was so great, and he was also terrific with everybody. He was just such an immensely supportable person. But yeah. Otherwise, I'm not sure who else was really bowling. I mean,
I was more thinking of that.
Yes. Yeah. I didn't know about that when he was bowling in Test cricket.
No,
though.
indeed. No.
So, yes. But anyway, I don't know if Upul Chandana could have been my hero growing up, but it wasn't him. And I didn't really want to bowl like Anil Kumble because it was more top spin than leg spin.
Here's Pat Brown.
Taking his Test wickets.
Yes. the first ball comes off the edge of James Cole's bat, but it was into the ground to the man at Gully, who is Matt Lamb.
Yeah.
He's wearing his floppy sun hat like a cowboy, mate.
Would have taken his test work, would have taken his 10 for in an innings in Test cricket as well. That would have been quite handy. So come on, have you got a reference that I won't get to how the hat's being worn there?
Not really. It's a sort of generic Western. That one's down the leg side from Pat Brown, taken by Brooke Guest. You just expect him to burst into the saloon bar at any moment where he wears his hat and order a shot of red eye or something, whatever they used to drink in the old Western days.
Shot of red eye. See, that's the sort of thing I was hoping for, really. I haven't got a clue what that is.
That's the kind of thing they drank.
Right.
I'm fairly sure he had a shot of red eye. Then they'd whiz it down the bar to you in the Westerns.
Before the baddies then
they'd walk
sent over the bar to knock it all off.
Yeah, then of course everyone would get their pistols out and it'd be absolute carnage. They just moved around the men on the leg side. That's why you haven't missed any cricket. It's an interesting position that Sam Connors has taken up, which is neither mid-wicket nor square leg, really. It's in between, and Pat Brown is in, and that one is pushed up towards Zach Chappell, who's at a wideish mid-on. But yeah, if you look up shot of red eye, I'd be disappointed if it wasn't there as a an alcoholic drink taken by cowboys.
How to make a red eye cocktail drink: beer, egg, tomato juice, and vodka.
No.
Oh gosh, that sounds absolutely shocking.
The next one is whipped away down towards fine leg by Coles for 4 runs, slightly off target there. Pat Brown, quickish delivery, but away it goes. Smashes into the advertising boards down to our left-hand side. Perhaps it wasn't. Perhaps I've just made.
Well, no,
that
it says it was invented in Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Oh, well, that would make sense.
So it would be sort of
yeah,
territory, yeah.
Oh, excellent. I got something right. 64 for 2.
That sounds absolutely rank.
Yeah, I don't think I'd drink it. Anything with egg in it, I always think is dodgy. Apart from breakfast. As Brown is in and strikes the pad. There's a big appeal for right before wicket, and he's got him. Coles has gone. He was convinced there, Pat Brown, that he'd got his man, and the finger went up from Paul Baldwin. Coles goes for 11. And Sussex are 64 for 2. They're still 65 behind.
Well, I must say I was expecting the finger to be raised. I don't think James Coles was, or at least he gave off the impression that he wasn't, but he's going to have to march off. It was a straight ball, or it looked that, and he was trying to play around that front pad, work to leg. But yeah, just the appeal just gave off the impression of one which they were just expecting to be given out, but yes, looking at the replay, it's not quite from behind the bowler's arm, so there is that. I think it's fair to say you'd be sending it up.
Yeah?
I was surprised, actually, because I was expecting it to be just stone dead, but let's put it that way. You would send it up, given the situation, but you can't do that. So no point talking about it. He's gone.
Send him on his way, Mr. Baldwin. Well done.
He's gone anyway. It doesn't matter.
Great decision. 3 down, 65 behind, 44 overs and 1 ball left in the day, and all the showers skirting to the south. It's just pointing towards one thing at the moment. I'm not saying what it is, though, because if I say it out loud, it'll never happen. But Derbyshire could be on the brink of something they haven't done this season. And it would certainly mean that they would finish, at worst, 3rd from bottom in the table. Which is not something necessarily to celebrate, but at least it's something.
Oh, yes. It's something like it's better to win than...
Oh, yeah, no question.
Than something else, yeah.
Yeah, than not. Because it would move them a lot closer to Sussex with a win. Or move on to 126 points as things stand. Derbyshire would moved to 114. In comes Pat Brown then, new batsman is Dan Ibrahim, who defends just about the first delivery that he faces from Pat Brown. Looked like he was going to have the bat knocked out of his hand by the
I thought he was
pace
going
of
to
that
sneak
delivery.
under his bat. It just looked like
But
he wasn't going to get
sort
his
of
bat down on top of it.
hit the floor, and that was that. The Alex Thompson experiment, which was successful in the fact that he took a wicket, 1 for 6 from 5 overs, is over because Sam Connors is coming back now from the racecourse end. Sussex 64 for 3 with Clark on 24. Dan Ibrahim yet to get off the mark, still trail by 65.
Yeah, broke that partnership. Thompson coming on, and in other circumstances you might think he'd be due quite a long bowl, but I can see why they've gone back to Connors. They gave him 6 up front, weren't tempted to try and really push with him, knowing that there was the chance to bring him back for a burst before tea. So what have we got? Just over 20 minutes until the tea break. So he'll have a few overs from this end. And it's Clark to face, 24. Connors round the wicket to him, over pitches first ball, and it's tucked away through mid-wicket, timed pretty well, but they've got a fielder out on that boundary. They'll take a second run, which, despite the throw being launched in from Zach Chappell out there. Is that Zach Chappell? That's not Zach Chappell,
No,
is it?
Mitch Wagstaff.
It's Wagstaff.
Yeah.
I saw the number ending in a 2, and the only one of those I could find was Chappell. I didn't think it was Chappell. Anyway, 2 runs, 66 for 3. Clark to 26. Connors runs and he bowls 2. Clark, that's well left outside the off stump. Middlesex.
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to say before I even say it.
Let's talk about Middlesex.
Middlesex.
Collapse zone.
205 for 3 has become 234 for 7.
Oh, Elias, what are you doing?
They've lost Higgins for 57, Simpson for 13, De Carey's without scoring, and Jayant Yadav for 1. Tom Helm has joined Sam Robson, who might be in danger of carrying his bat and falling short of a century. He's 98 not out. This is left alone by Clark. Connors hangs another one outside.
De Carey's opened the batting when Derbyshire played them 2 years ago, or even last year. Last year, I think it was. Yeah, at the beginning of the season. Now he's turned into a spinner.
Yeah, specialist spinner almost, batting at 9.
Yeah.
Although he's batting a bit higher in this one, but I'm pretty sure he's batting at 9 in one of the games recently.
Definitely, I'm sure he opened.
I mean, it's handy to have a cricketer like that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure his first-class debut was against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham in 2021, and he was either opening or batting at 3.
Yeah.
I think he was opening.
Yeah, he's certainly really high up the order.
Here's Connors bowling now to Clark, and there's a bit of width on offer. Clark doesn't go through with the shot fully, and it escapes the clutches of cover. They're going to come back for a second, which they'll make, because Alex Thompson went into the slide at mid-off and was hoping to stop dead, but the outfield's clearly wet enough that that's not possible, so he ended up sliding well past the ball and allowing the second run quite comfortably.
Slid to the boundaries.
28 to Clark now. There's a shot of somebody knowing that any loose shot looks very bad at this point, so he was really trying to be careful to make sure that he didn't flash too hard at it. As Clark lets another one go outside the off stump, and he continues to be the one. I know he got out actually in the end of the first innings, fencing at one that he really shouldn't have done, but he has been the one Sussex batter in the game so far who you don't. I didn't see his dismissal coming before it happened. He looked as if he was the one Sussex batter who wasn't going fishing. But then he did go fishing in the first innings.
Yes,
He's got to make sure he doesn't do that again.
He's got more than 50 runs in the match now, which is more than anybody else.
Connors is in. This is in a half of the bat. It'll go down towards the long leg and get Clark a single. One of those ones where I'm not sure you're totally meaning it as a batter, but over the course of a long first-class career, you'll score an awful lot of runs that way. 69 for 3 as Clark pinches the strike, as Ibrahim has only faced the one ball so far.
Derbyshire had advance notice of the England team for tomorrow, but it's just a team picture of England with George Scrimshaw in it. As long as he makes his debut before Derbyshire's season ends or his contract runs out, then he'll be a Derbyshire player playing for England.
Yes.
Otherwise, he'll be a Northamptonshire player playing for England. Pat Brown, 3 overs, 1 for 8. Bowling to Clark from the City end. 60 the deficit now. Bowls a short delivery that Clark ducks underneath. And it's 1 for the over.
So
by Paul Baldwin.
Derbyshire players playing for England recently.
Dominic Cork.
Dominic Cork. Is that the last? Right. Because I couldn't. I was trying to think. I
think Philip de Freitas has played since Dominic Cork, but Dominic Cork is the last Derbyshire produced player.
Right.
But de Freitas may, from what Griff was saying the other day, may have played as Brown. Bowls to Clark, who pushes this into the onside, and there's no run. Yes, their record has been. I was going to say patchy, but that would make it sound even reasonable. It's been poor.
Yeah.
Producing England players.
Well, Gloucestershire had a huge drought going before Bracey got a couple of tests. John Lewis was the last Gloucestershire player to play Test cricket before him.
But they also have the unenviable record of everybody in the 18 counties having won something, and most have won more than one something since Derbyshire last won anything, as this one is slapped away by Clark for 4 runs. It beat the dive of Mitch Wagstaff, and it's just got the legs to get to the boundary. That will be 4 more to Clark. He moves to 33, and Sussex to 73. 4-3.
It's a good old glove punch there from Ibrahim. You've got to get the glove punch in. It was a ball which should have been put away,
yes,
and it was. You've got to take advantage because, as we keep saying, it's still important that Sussex score runs.
A trail by 56 after that aggressive declaration by Linus Deploy at lunch. 229 for 6, a lead of 129. Clark on 33, waits as Brown is in and bowls another good shortish delivery. That one didn't get up anywhere near as much as the previous one. That was sharp.
Not a tall, sorry, he is quite a tall man, as Clark, so to get down as low as he did to duck that, and even then it didn't miss him by too much. It was, as you say, it wasn't the kind of ball that goes into the pitch and balloons and then doesn't really get up. It really skidded quickly.
Baldwin just had a look at the front foot of Pat Brown, who's in again, and that one is turned around the corner. Not entirely in control of that, but he picks up a single from the penultimate ball of the over, so only 1 delivery at Dan Ibrahim, who's only faced the 1 ball since coming in when James Coles was dismissed by Pat Brown for 11. He will have 1 go at Dan Ibrahim. He's bowled 1 ball to him already that almost sneaked through. Can he get one past the bat or clipping the edge of the bat? But either Lewis Deploy or Harry Kamer are the 2 slips now. Brooke Guest, who's stuck on 7 dismissals for the match. Oh, to be stuck on 7 dismissals. 74 for 3. Brown is in and bowls, and Ibrahim right behind that one, defends it back towards the bowler, and it's the final ball of the over as well. 5 off it. Clark 34, Ibrahim yet to get off the mark. Sussex 74 for 3, trailing by 55.
Wonder if Brown will keep going. He kept his spells quite short at Bristol, and they tended to be about 4 overs.
Yeah, I don't think he doesn't have the work in his legs, as they say, and currently the fielding pads are going back on. I wonder if Thompson will try from the
Yes, I wondered if that might be the move. I mean, especially as it's only going to be a couple of overs anyway. It might be worth just giving Thompson a go, see if he can buy another wicket and see what there might be from that City end. Connors, though, I'm sure will have all of the bowling from, as we look at it, the near end. for the remaining time until the tea break. Connors to Clark, and that's another good leave from Clark as the ball comes at least on the angle back in towards him, and rose well above the level of the stumps and through to the keeper. I mean, given the Middlesex score, I see that Kent are also determined to try and make things interesting. They just can't wait. They cannot wait to get into Division 2, either of them. It's just...
It's the place to be.
I mean, it's the... What do you call it? The sort of the carrot of Division 2 versus the stick of Division 1. Connors bowls now to Clark, and that's another leave. Fizzes through to the gloves of Guest behind the stump. So Kent are 205 for 9 now. I don't think they're going to avoid the follow-on with Buyan and Hogan at the crease, so 10 and 11. Although, actually, having said that, Michael Hogan can give it a whack. He's not... I don't know whether he would still have the capabilities he would have had 10 years ago to give it a whack, but if he gets going, he could still do a job. Connors is in and bowls, and once more can't tempt Clark into a shot. So they need 50 runs to avoid the follow-on, Kent, and then they probably... Well, they've seen off over half the day, I guess, but then they had... Well, they didn't have their full 10 wickets to do it, so they haven't exactly done half the job, losing half the wickets. But, I mean, if they manage to lose from that position, then you'd have to say that but then you might say the same about Middlesex. But if Kent, I think even more so, given the time out of that game, they've had less rain at Lords than they have had there. Connors bowls, bangs one in, a ballooning bumper that goes through to Guest with Clark swaying out the way. Then Kent really do deserve to go down.
I noticed the only place they're not playing is at Leicester. Which is sort of over there.
Apart from at Old Trafford, where they've called it off.
Oh, have they've packed it up?
Yeah, we've had enough. 272 for 7. Lancashire in their innings. They've managed 84.1 overs of cricket.
That's why they can't win the title.
Need to move back to
Liverpool.
Back to Aigburth. Full ball for defence from Clark. Back to the bowler. Yes, although I don't know, they didn't seem to play so much there. Now we're going to just play all the games at Blackpool, maybe. Blackpool, Southport. I don't know, but they don't quite seem to be able to just run through sides like they did at Aigburth the year they won the title. 2011?
11 or 12.
Definitely wasn't 12 because that was Warwickshire. I
11,
think it was 11. Rings a bell anyway. Last ball of the over, Connors round the wicket bowling, and Clark plays a pleasant looking push towards mid-on. Fielder dives and can't bring it in, so that will mean 2. I think they'll be content with that as Thompson does the hoovering up, and Clark is on to 36, 76 for 3, Sussex trailing by 53.
Presenter playing free and easy with the 3 o'clock news here because it's already 40 seconds past 3 o'clock and there's still music playing. There we go. Just a minute late.
Just fade it down.
No, you're not allowed to anymore.
Chorus.
You're not allowed to. Right, we got an email about that. You have to play all songs. You can't talk over them. The listeners don't like it. So yeah, you have to really be sharp with your back timing now, which is not one of my greatest skills if I'm doing music.
That would be a nightmare for me.
The 60s, 70s and 80s show a few weeks ago on a Sunday afternoon, and the back timing was the thing that troubled me most.
You can just about keep sort of current timing for 30 seconds. That's okay, but not...
Pat Brown begins a new over. First ball down the leg side to Dan Ibrahim. Taken by Guest, moving smartly away to his left-hand side.
It's a bit too much like sort of, thinking that's required for chess, 4 or 5 moves in advance. That's not.
No.
That's not me. I'm just somebody who likes to live in the moment.
I thought it was him. Wayne Madson's on the ground, which is good news.
It is good news.
Just going up the steps of the pavilion. As Brown is in again. Ibrahim again down the leg side. Tries to flick it away. There are appeals, half-hearted appeals from the slips for a tickle. nothing doing. There are obviously Sussex players there inquiring as to his well-being, as you would expect. Now, because they were a minute late going to the news, I can't work out the timings either, so I'm going to go.
Always better to be safe with these things. Here's Brown. And into Ibrahim, who struck on the pad. There's a big shout here. It's not given, though, this time. Brown wheels away in infuriation, although he's, well, I say infuriation, I mean internally he's not exactly showing any dissent to umpire Baldwin, but certainly making it fairly clear that he felt that that decision should have been given. Didn't look actually from this angle too dissimilar to the James Coles dismissal. I think height's the only thing that could have saved Ibrahim there. I don't think it was going down the leg side, even though he was looking to tuck it off his pads. But he survives. Brown is into Ibrahim, gets bat on ball this time and sends it out to deep backward square. Who's Wagstaff out on the boundary rope. So just the single, Ibrahim off the mark, 77 for 3. And so Derbyshire have, with that fielder back with Brown, I guess it's twofold. It's one, if he wants to bang it in and not get a catch out there, but also if he does just spear one in leg side, which admittedly I've only watched him in first-class cricket for, what, 3 innings now, but has been more of the errant delivery down the leg side than outside the off stump. Watch what he does now. No, he passes the edge of Tom Clark with a beautiful ball. And you just know he's got a ball like that in him. He's quick. Any movement at all at that pace will be dangerous. And it's drawn Clark forward. He's not followed it too much, but it's just left him and beaten the edge through to the keeper.
Been his best over as a Derbyshire player, I would suggest. This one. It's,
I mean, his spell in general's been,
it's been
good apart from that first over.
Yeah.
But, you know, getting loose, etc. I suppose we should probably cut them some slack. But
Yes.
after that, very good. 5 overs, 1 for 14. Brown in and worked away to mid-wicket by Clark, and that is the end of another over. 40 overs left in the day's play. Well, I don't think there's any probably about it. 2 more of those will be bowled before we break for a cuppa. Not that I drink tea, but I'm sure other people would. No, I don't drink tea. Never been a tea drinker.
Weirdo.
Looking at me suspiciously. No, I don't really like hot drinks.
Right. We were getting on so well. 77 for 3. Sam Connors to continue. He's just trying to put a bit of shine on the ball, which is now 27 overs old, so not particularly old. When Madson's well-wishers have now left him alone, and he's allowed him to go into the Derbyshire changing room. Mickey Arthur still on the balcony of the members' pavilion as Connors is in and bowls to Dan Ibrahim, who defends the first ball. He faces from Connors in this over back towards the bowler. And there's no run. They could get one more before tea. They will really fancy their chances. Pat Brown in conversation there with Tom Clark, interestingly, as he polished the ball, just walked alongside him and had exchanged a pleasantry or two. No, not spoken to Pat yet, so looking forward to that. He looks like he could be a combative figure. I don't mind that at all. Bit of to and fro. Here's Connors. He in a bowls to Ibrahim, who turns this one into the leg side, fielded by Dahl. He's been relatively quiet in the field so far, Anuj Dahl. Does not really like him.
Shuddered to think what it would have been like with Paul Farbrace last night if I'd been combative. I just had to ask 3 of the plainest questions imaginable.
But you were never going to disagree with him, were you? Because you'd seen it with your own eyes that they weren't very good.
True.
So no, I had a brief altercation, such as it was, with another combative figure, Mark Watt, at Chesterfield earlier this season, as this next one's left alone by Ibrahim to go through to the keeper. It's all a misunderstanding. I said something I shouldn't have done, and he'd heard it.
It sounds like it was a
plain old
big misunderstanding. No, I know the situation, so yes, did happen to be listening at the time because there was no play at Bristol.
Yeah, so I don't mind it though. I don't mind. Dino Marmia comes back at me. Connors. In and bowls to Ibrahim, who turns this into the leg side. He's going to get runs here. He's going to get at least 2 of them. Anashdal's hat's flown off his head as he races towards the ball. He almost slides past it. And they do get back for a couple. Ibrahim moves on to 3. 79 for 3. They still trail by 50. Having started their innings trailing by 129. So they've done a reasonable job, but still not out of the woods yet, Sussex.
Oh, where did he get that hat? Umpire just produced a hat from his ankle. A hat trick.
The hat trick, very good. Is Connie pleased with that? Aren't
Great work.
You are
Paul
pleased
Baldwin.
with that.
Not really.
Here is Connors bowling to Ibrahim, who pushes this one out into the offside. Brownfields, which is where they usually do most of the building. Brownfields.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear what you'd said before, so I'm afraid I would have. I'd like to think I would have got it, but I'd zoned out.
Yeah, I thought you had.
I was thinking about
Looking
what I'd done before.
Looking at me blankly, you were still pleased with the hat trick.
Still thinking, what the heck was I doing?
Appearing commentator balls in the next edition of.
God, hearing sort of one of those Alan Partridge accounts.
I've got one of those.
Yes.
I've got one of those this season.
I don't think I've managed it yet, but it's only a matter of time. Talk for long enough.
Have you ever skinned a cat, I asked, as his next delivery is pulled around the corner, not particularly convincingly by Ibrahim. It's fielded by Anashdal at square leg. And it was also the final ball of the over, which I think will please Pat Brown, because he's going to be bowling to Dan Ibrahim at the start of the final over before tea, with Sussex on 80 for 3, trailing by 49. It's because they very much take things out of context. We were talking about where the phrase, actually no, not out of context to be fair, where the phrase "have you ever," there's more than one way to skin a cat. And I just sort of innocently said, "Have you ever skinned a cat?" And that was the bit that appeared on Accidental Partridge.
Brown is into Ibrahim down the leg side. Shout from Harry Kane, but from nobody else. For a strangle.
Someone's got to take over the Wayne Madsen role.
Well, as I say, every side needs one.
Yeah.
It's not always somebody at first slip, but it so often is, because you have to. I think you have to stand next to the man doing the most work in the field in a 4-day game. So you're sort of standing there jealously looking at this person who's getting to do something. And you think, come on, catch come my way. Whereas at second slip, you're thinking, well, might come, but might not. Brown is into Ibrahim, who shoulders arms. So I think there's that envy of seeing somebody so involved.
He's doing it now. I was just going to say,
There
he is
goes.
also the designated, he is
Cheerleader.
always the designated clapper, Harry Kane, no matter where he fields. So I think he'd forgotten his role for much of the day, but now he's rediscovered it.
You don't want your clapper to forget a role.
No.
Somebody, and so you've got to keep that morale up. Brown bowls to Ibrahim. It's clipped down towards deep backward square. They get a single. There's a slight fumble, but they're not going to be taking a second run on that level of a fumble. 5 to Ibrahim now. 81 for 3. Sussex trail by 48 runs. And really, you feel, I mean, in some ways, a wicket that falls now is the same as a wicket that falls directly after tea, of course it is. But at the same time, just going into tea, especially given that it's Clark who's now on strike, the set man would be a huge boost for Derbyshire. As on the back foot, Clark looking to play the ball through the offside, hoping for a single, which there are gaps. There's one particularly large one between backward point and mid-off, but just didn't quite get enough bat on it, did Tom Clark. 36 from... Good grief. That's even harder than the previous times I've hit it. Basically just punched my microphone now. Oh, gosh. 36 to Clark. I was going to say highest score of the match for Sussex. This is a very wide ball from Brown, and Clark understandably doesn't offer a shot. Passes his 31 in the first innings. Also comfortably the most number of balls faced and minutes at the crease as well. Somebody, at least from Sussex, has managed to dig in, although he was put down on 9. And he has, at the moment, managed to make Derbyshire pay for that. Last ball of the session, it's down the leg side, and he tried to have a flick at that, did Clark, and then put his bat up above his head as if to suggest, oh, that's what I meant to do, really. Ball was dropped by Guest in the end anyway, but that could have been an absolutely horrid way for Sussex to finish the session. As it is, Tom Clark has managed to make it through to tea, but there will still be 38 overs left after it, and at the moment, the darker clouds are away from us, and there's still plenty of blue sky as I look out where the weather's coming from, so I don't think that Sussex are going, at least in the immediate future, to get much help from the weather, trailing by 48 runs with 7 second innings wickets in hand.
And we will leave you with news that Kent have been bowled out with 235. They trailed by 169. So Somerset.
So Hogan did whack a few then, didn't he?
Somerset can enforce the follow-on if required. Hogan made 19 off 20 balls with 4 fours. But they're in a little spot of bother, much like Sussex. Still trailing by 48, and Derbyshire's bowlers will come out renewed and refreshed after a 20-minute break. Much like your commentators. We'll see you soon. Go in and balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed. balls to read. In and balls to read. In and balls to read. In and balls to read. 38 overs to go. Pat Brown bowled a pretty decent spell. 6 overs, 1 for 15 before the interval. Alex Thompson's got 1 for 6 from his 5 overs. Sam Connors, the other wicket taker, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. Anuj Dal, 4 overs for 19, and Zach Chappell, 5 overs for 16. So the bowlers have all done their job so far. Big shout against Dan Ibrahim by Pat Brown. Not long before 2, we're going to see Alex Thompson open up from the racecourse end. First over after tea, bowling a couple of practice balls to Sam Connors, or one of them. I'll give you his field when everybody's taken their position. Matt Lamb has gone all the way out to the mid-wicket boundary for Dan Ibrahim. Short leg and a slip, we can tell you those already. There'll be a mid-on and a mid-off, I imagine. There's a mid-wicket, there's a cover. And there's a man just backward of square on the 45 on the leg side in that position that we don't know what it's called. And having just had tea with Alex Thompson, Leo Staploy is now having a long conversation with Alex Thompson about how he should bowl and where everybody should be. They really could have done this in the previous 20 minutes. When I said that Matt Lamb was on the boundary, I wasn't lying, because at the time he was, but he isn't anymore. He's come into backward square leg. So the short leg has to stay in front of square. Otherwise there'll be 3 behind square. That wouldn't be good, would it? First delivery left alone by Ibrahim. Oohs and ahs straight away.
Well, that was the first ball, was it? I thought I must have missed something, but I haven't. I mean,
Really?
the problem is you have to be so glued to the phone for the score of the game taking place at the Oval. I thought I must have missed some cricket, but I haven't.
No, you
Terrific timing.
You didn't miss any deliveries, and now things have slowed down again. They're already waving to the pavilion for something, a helmet. I don't know who's going to wear it, but they want it now. We'll just bowl another delivery and then we can get on with the rest of our lives. This irritates me, I must admit. I know the over rate is level, so they can't take too many liberties. It was +1. Thompson is in and bowls to Ibrahim, who just about keeps that one out.
Yeah, no, it is. It's the sort of thing that you feel shouldn't really happen, in that you get out after tea and you don't know exactly where your plans are for each batter. That does seem quite surprising.
Thompson in again. Ibrahim is hit on the pad. Thompson's down on one knee. The helmet is now coming on. Pat Brown is being told to go in at mid-on, although he's gone to square leg for now, and now he's going back, and he sent Matt Lamb to mid-on. Leo Staploy is going to wear the helmet. Probably. Yes, he is. He's going to go to leg slip. There we go. Everybody's sorted again now. 3 deliveries of the over left. Matt Lamb's actually gone in at a sort of very close mid-wicket. Ibrahim turns that into the leg side. And now the field can change. It was a shot at the stumps from Sam Connors. They're going to come back for at least 1 overthrow, if not 2. It wasn't collected cleanly by Lewis Rees. I was going to say that they've swapped ends. The batsmen have swapped ends, but they haven't now. That ball will be collected by somebody soon enough. There we go. It's stopped now. Good grief.
He was well within his rights to throw at the stumps, but
I think so.
at the same time, Ibrahim was always going to be safe. It was just a little bit of hesitation.
Yes. Thompson in again. That's a full toss. And he misses out rather as Matt Lamb, as you might be able to tell from the joshing going on out there, does the fielding. I might do a half past at some point. In comes Thompson again and bowls. And that was turned into the leg side. No run this time. It goes straight to Pat Brown. And it's the end of the first over after tea. 37 overs to go. 83 for 3, Sussex trailing by 46. I just said that before you came back, having not missed any action because I was desperately filling. 2 wickets before they go in front would make it very interesting.
Yeah,
but I think
definitely.
they need 2 wickets before they go in front. I think once Sussex are in front and are only 3 down, then it makes it very difficult for Derbyshire.
I mean, you'd think budget a couple of overs to take those 2 wickets as well, and then you'd take off the 2 that you lose. So it starts to get down to kind of below 30 once it's got the 2 in front of it in terms of overs remaining. It changes a bit. Brown bowls a bumper which goes over the head of Clark. He looks, well, I say it it goes over there because he ducked slightly. I wasn't saying it was definitely a no ball, but to be honest, it's the sort of situation where every batter looks over at the square leg umpire to see what they're going to signal. But actually, you're quite happy with the ball faced. You're perfectly happy to have 1 fewer deliveries left in proceedings. Brown to Clark, who lets that one go outside the off stump. There's a nice little line of 3 helmets behind Brooke Guest. Somebody's job is to line them up in line with the stumps at the beginning of each over. Although I noticed
I could do that job.
but I can't remember which game I was watching. This is a problem with watching too much cricket. You start to forget which game you were watching. But there were about 3 helmets. I think it might have been the Essex game. Brown over the wicket, down the leg side to Clark, who again compulsively flicks at it and misses it.
When they've been lined up the other way.
Yeah. And you think, well, maybe they're thinking, OK, there's less sort of area if it were to loop over and then land. But I'm not sure I buy that. So
No,
it's strange. They did that. I'm sure it was the Essex game because they had lots of helmets, as they always do when Harmer's bowling.
For those straight deliveries that he bowls. Could be dangerous fielding to those.
Here's Brown bowling to Clark, who turns the ball to mid-wicket, quietly, assuredly, for no run.
I'm only here for a minute.
Hampshire are 98 for 4 now, so they've made a bit of a recovery there. 66-run partnership between Vince and Dawson. And as most sides seem to do nowadays, when you start losing wickets to Harmer, start trying to hit him out the ground seems to be the best way to go. Vince has 44 from 34 deliveries. Brown bowls down the leg side, and again Clark has tried to have a flick at that one. In some ways you could say misses out on a run scoring opportunity, but also the last thing any batter wants is to be out strangled down the leg side. That was his 100th ball faced for Tom Clark. It's not been easy for him. He's only hit 2 boundaries in his innings, but he has at last provided some sort of stability for Sussex in this innings. Neil Mallender is on the walkie-talkie. Can only assume that that was to do with, have we counted correctly? Brown is in now, he bowls. That ball doesn't bounce a huge amount, but it was outside the off stump, so it didn't matter so much, and it skids through to the keeper. And the over is at an end. 7 overs, 1 for 15 for Pat Brown. He's still getting the odd ball down the leg side, but he's not giving a huge amount away. 83 for 3. The other thing to do with helmets was that I saw Alistair Cook managed to get about 4 helmets in one hand, which, I mean, it's not like when you see somebody manage to get about like 8 tennis balls in a hand, but I still thought it was quite impressive to have all 4 helmets that were being used in one hand. But then he is an impressive man, is Sir Alistair. Thompson starts his next over, and Ibrahim flicks again to leg, past short leg, but not past backward square. There's no run. Ibrahim looking to work with the turn, but he's got to watch that ball that bounces and turns down the leg side that you just help on its way straight into the waiting hands of leg slip. This time he, again, just tickles it around the corner, playing it softly so it goes into the ground. I mean, it's a good way to play off spin. It's probably the best way, but you do just have to tell yourself if the ball's outside leg stump, you've just got to let it go or really try and hit it. This is turned in front of square this time by Ibrahim, and that will get him a single out to deep mid-wicket. 45 runs, the Sussex deficit, as Ibrahim ticks up to 8, 84 for 3. I know I've been mentioning this about quite a lot of players, and it's probably getting tedious, but this is a big opportunity. If Ibrahim can come through this, if he can be the man, even if he's only scored about 30, it doesn't matter. If he's
keeps him on the bus.
Seen, yes, it does. Floodlights are coming on, by the way, as we've got a pretty dark cloud making its way over. I don't know how much rain it's bearing, but floodlights are on. This is shorter from Thompson, and Clark is on the cut shot, but he was able to cut it at a decent way away from his body.
I know these windows are slightly tinted, but it is dark, and I'm struggling to see the ball now when it's hit.
This ball fielded at backward point. In goes Thompson, bowls full to Clark, who plays the ball towards mid-on fairly comfortably. Yes, it's a few fielders as well as the umpires looking around. Derbyshire possibly more nervously than the umpires to see whether there's a break in the cloud beyond, and not much. Thompson bowls down the leg side. Has that come off bat, or has it come off the keeper? He's missed it, and it's come off, come off guest and gone out backward of square on the offside. Anyway, another ball in that case, which Clark has tried to flick to leg and hasn't got anything on, but he's still there, and that is, at the moment, the most important thing. 84 for 3. You wouldn't want to be facing Pat Brown in this light. No, surely they'd give Derbyshire the opportunity to bowl somebody, whether they'd say it has to be spin or whether they'd manage to sweet talk him into saying, well, if Dahl bowls full, you know, he might manage it, otherwise have to be deploy, would it?
Yes, it probably would.
Second spinner.
Not sure. Well, just to stay out there, it would be worth it, clearly. Pat Brown begins a new over from the City end, bowls to Dan Ibrahim, who just shoulders arms as it goes past his off stump and through to the keeper. Somebody sounds like they're playing tubular bells down below us. I don't know what earth's going on down there. There are only 4 spectators in the 5. I've just spotted a 5th. He looks like he's asleep, though. The 5th one, I'm not sure how you could sleep, but he does look asleep. Down to our right, to the left as you're looking, Luke, if you want to get him on camera, as in comes Brown again, and Ibrahim defends that one. Back to the bowler.
Heavy night last night, probably.
But still sleeping it off at 3:45 on the afternoon. I can't ever remember a day when
I just walked into the ground still after the night out and is then sleeping it off now before he then goes home.
That would be astonishing. Somebody doesn't suffer from hangovers. I can't imagine what that would be like. But here comes Brown, who's in and bowls. That was turned by Ibrahim into the onside, fielded by Zach Chappell, who bowled 5 overs up top and hasn't been used since. 0 for 16.
Sorry, I was going to say, the floodlights haven't even taken full effect here. Oh, it's raining as well.
Yes, I don't think we're long for this world.
I mean, it was already getting to the stage where I was wondering whether Brown would be allowed to bowl this over.
They're going off. The rain is sweeping across the ground now. That's going to be it for now. We're going to start losing overs, more overs, and it doesn't look particularly good away to the right-hand side, which is a real shame. Derbyshire will be able to say they were thwarted by the rain. They're also being thwarted by Dan Ibrahim and Tom Clark. Ibrahim on 8, Clark on 36. 84 for 3, halfway through Pat Brown's 8th over, and they still trail by 45. The ground staff making their way on, the tractor dragging the covers behind, and I don't think this looks particularly promising, if I'm honest, Ed.
No, I can't really see a massive break in the cloud, and it's just all dark over there at the moment, really.
The shower that hit us before was slightly unexpected, whereas we've been looking at those clouds and thinking that's going to hit somewhere, and it's unfortunately hit here. We've escaped the worst of it so far today. But at the moment, it's raining quite heavily, and there are people scattering for cover. The only covered stand is the East Midlands demolition stand in the far right-hand corner. The spectators who are in the family stand are now all sheltering underneath the players' pavilion, and the players are making their way in, and it is raining quite heavily. And the other problem, of course, is that the outfield was pretty wet after 2 days of solid rain. It has been mopped up very, very impressively by the ground staff, but this rain at the moment, whilst not set in, looks like it might be here for a wee while. So that being the case, I'm not hanging around, are you?
No, well,
Excellent.
there we go.
Yeah,
we'll keep an eye on Surrey.
You can concentrate on Surrey, and I can I can find something else to do until my 4 o'clock update. In the meantime, we will be back if there is further play. When there is further play, let's be optimistic. But we start to lose overs, and they've gone off at 34.5 overs remaining. Will there be enough time for Derbyshire to force that first victory of the season? We shall wait and see. We'll be back as soon as the players are.